toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking, American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free. General Flynn out the cage, cause he innocent. Barton Roger Stone, cause the world know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement.
What the hell?
My life if I never installed Twitter.
Didn't
it sound peaceful and beautiful?
It did sound peaceful and beautiful. Good evening, everybody.
Hello, everybody. And you know what? Steen gotta relax. He said Ruby's late again. That's a W for timing. Relax. It was only a few minutes. Jeez.
Timing. Triggered.
Sheesh, like, man.
Hey, people are ready to go at 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
But what folks don't understand, though, is how hard we work to get here at 9. I was finishing up my last chores at 8:51 tonight. I had to mow grass, had to take care of all the little zoo I got going on around here. I had to get dinner, bread. Oh my God. So I still got a few things to do after the show's over with, but at least I knocked out a lot of it before. So takes a lot. Takes a lot sometimes.
Yes. And hello to Sue R in the chat. Welcome. Oh yeah, quick announcement. Don't forget to follow and like the new Facebook page for the Unrelenting Political Corner that I created on Facebook. But I also created a Facebook group. So if you want an invitation, or maybe I'll just share it on the page, join the group, but also follow the page. Because once we reach 100 followers, I can stream over there. And, anybody who uses Facebook could watch straight from Facebook.
Yep. That'd be cool.
Oh, everybody in the chat.
So I got a binder of information.
Oh, wow. Is that for 1 week?
This was all the stuff these were all the notes that I had for the big picture episodes. Oh. And so, yeah, I put them all in a binder. That way, if we run out of something to talk about, I got information.
Yeah, and I don't think we will, but that's good just in case, because there was a lot of things that happened this week that was a little on the crazy side. Like I told you earlier on the phone call, that thing in Colorado that popped off.
Yeah. That
was kind of scary and crazy.
Well, I think after we say hello to everybody in the chat and do that stuff real quick, y'all know about 9:30, I got to say bye to the wife and walk her to the car and do all the good husbandly stuff. So I think after you do that, I want to go over real quick the false flag, definition of a false flag, because I think as the show goes on tonight, we're going to see some examples of this, or at least make people aware. Now, some people already know what it means. Others, not so much.
All right. So I'm going to scroll all the way up and say hello to everybody. If you're watching now, enter the chat so that I can get to your name and give you a quick shout out. Quick announcement. John Marciano is a new moderator for the channel. So now I have 2 moderators.
Oh, sweet.
Yes, I got King Tony and I got John Marciano, because he's always here and he's been such a loyal follower of the the channel. I was like, it just makes sense. I don't even have to ask him. I just have to send him a request.
Yeah, John's really cool. He's been following me, I guess, since the big picture. When we were on 6 screens and everything. So yeah, he's really cool.
Awesome. Justin from California is in the chat. Hi, Justin. Hi, Dallas. Rosie, illegal immigrant. Joe and Fran. Hi, guys. Leonard, JG, Thrifty. The gang is already here. I love how we have this consistency of the same audience, at least in the chat. You know, like at least the same people are here. I feel like we're all in the same living room together.
Yeah, we'll just ask them, if you guys, don't mind sharing the stream on your Facebook pages or on your Twitter feed or whatever. The more people that, watch, hopefully, they'll be able to get some information from us that they may not have had in the first place.
Yeah. Hi, Rosie. Beverly. Hi, Beverly. Okay, let's see. Sue, JG, Steen, and Julian. Hi, Julian. Yeah, so I'm going to try to keep up with the Facebook pages and groups, but I want you guys to join it so that you guys can share something on the group or the page, and then I can just bring it up. It's just so easy to just share my screen and put up a post or whatever. And I know that my cousin did share something. It's more on the it's more on the conspiracy side, so I'm going to wait till way later to kind of bring up the video that she shared, but it's not new to us, not new to me at least. So
I tell you what, there's a lot of stuff out there right now that a lot of people are seeing for the first time. And the reason I say that is because I know it's happening, because I will get messages from folks on Messenger. They will send me videos. They'll send me articles. Jimmy, have you seen this? Have you seen that? And I'm like, that's so 2020 or that's so 2021. And it's like, I already know this stuff, but I'm so happy that people are finally seeing this information and feel the need to share it with me. So just to let you guys know, I do see all your messages. I really do appreciate everything you send to me. Sometimes I can respond, sometimes not so much. So, but I do see everything. And I'm glad a lot more folks are waking up now.
Yeah, that's good. So I do have some of the videos that I've mentioned last week that we didn't have enough time to share, last Tuesday. And one of those things were about, celebrities and stars like Madonna, like Jennifer Lopez, like Paula Abdul. I mean, who else? Cher, Celine Dion. All of those old timers that still perform. And I want to get everybody's opinion again. How do you feel about a 60-something-year-old male or female? But I think it's worse for females. 60-something-year-old celebrity, singer, dancer, and they're still performing in their 60s.
You know why, right?
No, I don't. Like, seriously, I am concerned about the reason why they're still performing. Why do you think that is?
Because they're being made to.
For what, a contract?
Yeah, so so I heard today real briefly, there's a guy that does TikToks. He puts different people's faces next to each other, and he talks a lot and compares them. He talks a lot of stuff. Some of it I can resonate with. Some I'm like, all right, buddy, I think you're reaching. Now, for me to say that somebody's reaching,
yeah,
that says something, considering the stuff I talk about. However, I was overhearing one he was doing today about Gene Ho. Now, Gene Ho was the photographer for the Trump administration in the first term. And he was talking about that Trump ought to sign this bill that if somebody has been living in witness protection program, or, they've disappeared from the scene, that they could come back into the public view, or they can announce that they're alive or whatever, but they would be not harassed by the media and journalists and all these people just, bombarding them. Let them come back, and then they can live their life. Another point that he brought out was, also, if some of these people wanted to quit an industry that they don't want to be involved in anymore, they could and face no repercussions. So talking about the celebrities who, they're performing, in their 60s and 70s. Axl Rose, I just seen a video that he did the other day, a live video. He sounds horrible. The Axl Rose of 1988 would have smacked the old man on stage this week, So basically, when these people sell their souls, they're at the mercy of their controllers. And if their controllers say, hey, I don't care if you're 66 years old and got cellulite and this, and you're going to go out and perform and you're going to make us some money because people will still go and watch it. We will still be able to make money just off your name. So that's the reason why, a lot of these older performers are doing, what they're doing. So, and then you had the ones that were in the, the younger ones who wanted to get out because they didn't want to make this life about themselves. They didn't want to make it about the industry. And, lo and behold, they're no longer here on this planet, allegedly. So you hear all these young stars that, died of drug overdose or drowned in the hot tub or fell out a window. Was this their way of getting out of that system? So, yeah, that's the reason why.
Okay, well, I'm going to show you a video. I'm going to show it. Well, my camera just went out. So before I exit and come back on to fix the settings, this was a video that I saw of Paula Abdul on X, and this is what got me really thinking. And I'm going to play it in mute because of the music. But this is 60. I mean, she's 62 years old.
Yeah.
What?
And still, yeah.
I don't know, man. I feel bad. I feel a little disgusted. Like it's a little cringy for me.
Well, then you start listening to people like Britney Spears is the most recent example that we, most people know about, the conservatorships or conservatorships or whatever. And they are basically, they're controlled. I heard it before I even woke up to even Watchtower. These people would say, well, famous person will say, well, this fame is not all it's cracked up to be and this and that. And I'm thinking to myself, what are you talking about? You got millions of dollars, this, that, and that. You're living the life. But what I didn't know then is that most of these people are being forced to still do what they've done.
Okay, yeah, that is kind of sad to me. They should not be. I don't know, man. Okay, maybe singing is okay, but dancing, I don't know. That's kind of weird.
I mean, and now I'm gonna say, because I think I just briefly looked through the comments. You do have individuals out there, like the older ones, Frank Sinatra, Tony. What's his last name? Oh my God, Tony. Oh my girl, I can't remember his name. Somebody's gonna say it in the comments, I know. But these people, they would sing because they still enjoy doing it. But I would say that the percentage of those folks fails into comparison of all the mainstream artists.
Right. Okay, so really quickly, I'm gonna hop off for a second and then come back on, and hopefully my camera turns back on because.
While you're doing that, I got about 10 minutes before I've got to say bye to the wife. So I'm gonna go ahead and talk about false flag information real quick while you do that.
Okay. All right, I'll be back.
Okay, cool. All right. So I wanted to, go over this information on what a false flag is, because a lot of people, they hear that term false flag and the first thing they think of, oh, what are you saying, Jimmy? It never happened. That's what they say. And I'm like, no, okay, let me explain to you what happened. Okay, the incident happened, but what they were saying it was all about, what the narrative was incorrect. So I talked about this on one of the big picture episodes, and I pulled this this information was sent to me, and it's taken from Wikipedia. Now, I'm not a big fan of Wikipedia anyway. But I felt like if I've shared Wikipedia information with folks, for those who may not be in tune with the way Wikipedia works, they still go to that thing for information. I just use this so somebody can't say, oh, Jimmy just pulled this out of the air. So anyway, this is what Wikipedia says about a false flag operation. A false flag operation is an act committed with the intent of disguising the actual source of responsibility and pinning blame on another party. The term false flag originated in the 16th century as an expression meaning an intentional misrepresentation of someone's allegiance. The term was famously used to describe a ruse in naval warfare whereby a vessel flew the flag of a neutral or enemy country in order to hide its true identity. The tactic was originally used by pirates and privateers to deceive other ships into allowing them to move closer before attacking them. It later was deemed an acceptable practice during naval warfare according to international maritime laws, provided the attacking vessel displayed its true flag once an attack had begun. So that's where the term false flag comes from. So basically, you could be driving, sailing your ship along. Let's just say you're the blue color. And then you see another ship and it's flying a blue color flag. And you're like, oh, that person's friendly. And then the next thing you know, you have that ship attacking your ship. And then once the attack begins, then they throw up their little red flag. So that's a false flag operation. So here's some examples. Excuse me. The term today extends to include countries that organize attacks on themselves. Let's repeat that again. The term today extends to include countries that organize attacks on themselves and make the attacks appear to be by an enemy nation or terrorist. 9/11. Thus, giving the nation that was supposedly attacked, Pearl Harbor, a pretext for domestic repression of foreign military aggression. Similarly, deceptive activities carried out during peacetime by individuals or non-governmental organizations have been called false flag operations. But the more common legal term is a frame-up, stitch-up, or setup. Here's an example. Write this down, folks, if you don't know about this, and go look it up. The proposed but never executed 1962 Operation Northwoods plot by the U.S. Department of Defense for a war with Cuba involves scenarios such as fabricating the hijacking or shooting down of passenger and military planes, sinking a U.S. ship in the vicinity of Cuba, burning crops, sinking a boat filled with Cuban refugees, attacks by alleged Cuban infiltrators inside the United States, and harassment of U.S. aircraft and shipping, and the destruction of aerial drones by aircraft disguised as Cuban MiGs. These actions would be blamed on Cuba and would be a pretext for an invasion of Cuba and the overthrow of Fidel Castro's communist government. It was authored by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but then rejected by President John F. Kennedy. The surprise discovery of the documents relating to Operation Northwoods was a result of the comprehensive search for records.
In 25 minutes.
Okay. Oh. What? Yeah, your mic was still on. The surprise discovery of the documents relating to Operation Northwoods was a result of the comprehensive search for records related to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy by the Assassination Records Review Board in the mid-90s. Information about Operation Northwoods was later publicized by James Bamford. And one of the things that they put up here was this U.S. Douglas A-26C Invader located at Miami Executive Airport was painted in Cuban Air Force colors for the military invasion of Cuba. undertaken by the CIA-sponsored paramilitary group Brigade 2506 in April of 1861. So they took these planes and painted them like Cuban planes, but they were actually American aircraft.
Okay. Sorry, Jimmy. I didn't know my mic was on, but I got a pie in the oven.
Oh, okay. Better than a bun in the oven, right?
No. Hey. Hey. Do not jinx me like that.
So that is the definition of what a false flag is. So when we say that a certain shooting was a false flag, it doesn't mean that we're saying it didn't happen. It just means that the narrative that's being shaped for that story is wrong.
Yes, like 9/11 was a false flag.
Yep. Oh, I think my wife is. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So we'll wait for Jimmy to come back. Okay, I'll bring him back to the stage in a minute. Yeah, I got a blueberry pie in the oven, so I was like, I don't want that to burn. Let me check the chat. Let me say hello to Apasta Babe, Linda James. Hello. Who else is here? Jeff Windy. Hey, guy. Oh, Alora Mermaid. Hi, Alora. King Tony is in the chat. I see your comments about the celebrity subject. I don't know, man. It kind of bothers me. But yes. Yeah, it is. I love blueberry pie. All right, guys. So I'm going to try to remember everything that I mentioned last Tuesday because there's so many videos that I had that I wanted to get your opinion on. But I am going to show you the Facebook page so you guys can see it, you know, what it looks like. Okay, there it goes, guys. Check out the Facebook. Okay, there we go. Check out the page. This is what it looks like. We got 32 followers so far, 27 likes. That is a big jump from last Tuesday. So thank you so much for following the page. I am going to continue sharing a lot of, political news on here. And when Jimmy gets back, I'm definitely going to show him this. I just saw this, Trump's newest presidential portrait. I'm kind of loving it. So I want to get everybody's opinion about that. I put the links to the YouTube's lives when we go live so that you never miss, us on YouTube. If you already follow the page, you already can see the things that I post. And that's what I want to use for the shows. Okay, Jimmy is back. All right, I was just showing them the Facebook page so people can follow it. We have 32 follows so far. That's pretty good from last week.
So what were the comments about the false flag information in the chat? Anybody have any questions? Does everybody understand what we're talking about? So
let me know in the chat. Yeah, not that many comments specifically. Thrifty said Roswell. So I think she's referring to that false flag.
Yep.
Let's see. John Marciano says interesting topic. Jalu70 just joined the chat. Hello, welcome. Apasta Babe Linda James question about something else. She says, why does an older entertainer bother you? Why would you want someone to stop doing entertainment? Is there anything else you are uncomfortable with older people doing? No, I just feel like if they have, like, they're so famous, they have all the money that they've ever made. You know what I'm saying? Like, they've accomplished everything in their career. They reached the top of the top. They're already a star. Why are you still going up on the stage when you already have it all? Like, and just enjoy it, like retire in grace, with all your fame and money and live a good life, do charity or something, like bring awareness to something. But you're still going to put on a see-through lace spandex type of outfit like that and high heels and strut your stuff like if you're 20 something. I don't know. It just feels weird to me. Like,
Yeah, I don't think this is not a case of ageism. That has
No,
nothing.
yeah, no.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with this subject. You know, it's more about, the fact that like Ruby said, these people have everything that they've ever wanted in life.
Yeah, like you don't
Why they
need to do that. You don't need to go on the stage and continue to perform as if you're trying to make some money, like hustling. You don't have to hustle anymore. You
Yeah.
already have the name. Like she did American Idol, right? That's what I would consider. Like use your skills to help a young artist or something, like mentor. But it just feels weird that she's 60 something years old and then still performing when she is who she is. You know what I'm saying? Like Madonna, like the names that I've mentioned before, those are big names. You don't have to see them in concert anymore. They should be like on bigger or better thing, in my opinion, bigger and better things, like maybe getting another singer under their wing, mentoring, counseling, or something. But
Yeah, once you
performing.
dive down the rabbit hole of these celebrities and then just realize, these celebrities have been used to push propaganda and to manipulate the minds of people. That's
Right.
exactly what they've been used for. And so, like you said, when they are in that system and they're in, and they're told, hey, we need you to go out and do a concert, or a tour at 64 years old, and we want you to wear the skimpiest thing. Look at Shania Twain when she was doing her stuff in Vegas. I mean, she is so 1990, 2000s.
Right. Right.
We don't care about seeing your midriff anymore.
Right. Just sing. Just
Yeah,
like just sing or something, or do like a private event, like a wedding or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It just feels weird to see her performing like that. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm a rock fan. I like rock music, of course. And my favorite band, Godsmack, they announced or 2 years ago, that last year was going to be their final year of touring. And Sully, I think the lead singer, he's a couple years older than me. But they've been performing since 1995. And they said, you know what? We're going to hang it up. They've toured the world. They've made millions of dollars. And he's like, I really want to go do something else now.
Right.
So,
yeah.
I mean, your normal average working person, works till about, 60, 65, sometimes in their 70s. And then they want to retire. Why don't these people want to do that? Well, they can't because they're being forced to do it.
That's one, like that's one theory that I can agree with, because some of them actually say it, just like you mentioned. Britney was forced to do a lot, even if she didn't want to, and it wasn't about age, it was about contracts, it was about money, and I don't like that. But another point about like not it being just specifically her age, it was even the outfit that she was wearing. Like, there, you can perform, you can sing even at an older age, but with modesty, in my opinion. And we don't have to see skin anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're trying to push a sex appeal on a 60-something-year-old woman, and it's a little cringy to me. So that's an angle that I don't really know how to explain it, but I kind of feel like they're doing it without really subtly they're doing it. And I don't even like it in young singers either. All these like new young female pop stars always showing skin, or always trying to start a new trend that is too revealing. I don't know. I'm just like, you don't need to show your skin to show your talent type of thing. You don't need to show your boobs or your butt in a music video to get the music out or to get the music bought. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's just I don't know.
There's a song from 1980, 1981, somewhere in that area, called Video Killed the Radio Star. Have you heard that song?
Nah.
Okay, go look it up. So basically, before music videos hit the scene, I was there when MTV aired the very first day, and you would see these people in videos, and you'd be like, oh, that's what this person looks like. You had no clue what some of
Okay.
these singers look like. And
Yeah.
you enjoyed the music, but then when they came out on video, you're like, oh my God, that's what they look like? Or, oh my God, that's what they look like.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it moved into a more visual representation, and it was more about that than it was about the music itself. And
Yes.
so that has something to do with the whole, manipulation, the programming, getting people to fall into it. Yeah, it's all part of it.
And yeah, there's actually a clip that I wanted to play of Fantasia. She's a singer. I think she won American Idol. I don't know what year, but she's warning a younger singer about the industry. And this is what got me thinking about it.
Me one favor. Never get caught up in the game of number ones and how many albums you sell. Cause that is when you will lose sight. But if you know now that you are a winner, because God gave you a gift no one can touch. So don't worry about how many albums you sell, just put the music out. And don't sign over that gift that you have to no one. Control your own stuff. Because in this industry, it's just a game of prostitution. And they will use your gift, and you will go home and you will have nothing. Please know that I am talking to you from what I've been. So keep your eyes stayed on God. He's already made you a winner.
Excellent.
Exactly. So that when I saw that, I it's like I connect some dots and how like my gut feeling about it, like how I'm uncomfortable seeing an artist like that. Like I don't care about her age. It's just the vibes that I'm getting. And then Fantasia says something like this about the industry, like it's a game of prostitution. That's really all it is.
Yeah.
And,
I mean,
and maybe drugs too. Who knows? Like,
oh, well, totally.
yeah,
That's
right. Like that's a given. And it's just the whole industry combined is ugly and nasty, and you can see it. But by what they're putting out, and then all these young people, they buy into it. They buy the narrative. They love the music videos. They love this promiscuous attitude, behavior, or like the shooting and the gang banging type of rap music. All of it. I don't like none of it.
Yeah.
So when I see an older artist like the greats, like Cher, Celine Dion, Madonna's, Paula, you know what I'm saying? It's like, why are you doing that? It feels like it's below them, in my opinion, to do that, because it's like you were like the best, you were the greatest, you were, you know what I'm saying? Like it was like this idea in my mind I had of them, of being like famous or whatever, or like a Mariah Carey or Beyonce. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't want to see my childhood singers grow up to be like a 60-something-year-old Beyonce still showing her tits out. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just cringy. It's weird. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, they always talk about pornography and how bad it is, and adults should, stay away from it. We've all heard everything about that. To each his own, whatever. But legally, the media and celebrity, Hollywood and music industry, they can't show that stuff to kids.
Right.
So they have to tone it down a little bit and just make that, short a little, make that skirt a little shorter, or have that guy running around with his bare chest. And, it's all designed to manipulate the young folks and, the older folks as well to some degree. And then, you talked about they look at the promiscuity. Yeah, that. And how has that affected today's youth when it comes to dating and their relationships?
Oh yeah, it's all messed up.
Yeah. I mean, I would hate to be a 20 or 30-year-old right now trying to date in this world, because everybody's all, most people are all about what can you give to me in this relationship? How much money do you have? What size is your waist? What size? There's too many things that are put first than what should really be the case when it comes to dating. It's horrible out there. My brother, he's a great guy. He's looking for. He said, Jimmy. He says, I can't trust none of these hoes. That's exactly what he says.
It's true. It's horrible out there.
I mean, and you can be scrolling through Facebook or TikTok, and you can see all these people out there, male and female, doing videos just so they can get the views. Just so that's the same thing that these celebrities were doing. Let me go in here and do this spicy 1980s video and get all these young guys salivating over me, and they're gonna buy my. It's the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. But then they get mad when like the red pill movement was talking about the dating rules or not rules and preferences, and that community or that wave of communication like through the internet got a lot of heat and backlash because they were talking about the exact same thing, how women nowadays, the dating scene, everything, how horrible it is. But it's a little true. Like you can't really drag them that much because it's true.
If you're watching the show and you're on live chat, are you single? Are you dating? What has been your experience in the dating world? Share it with us. That way we can hear from others.
Yeah. So just really quickly, Linda James comments, what? Does not your intro song talk about the stuff you are now talking about? Guns and an aggressive tone, being proud of who they are? Well, I would...
hold on. That's all about, supporting the Second Amendment, okay? I think with all due respect, you're reading more into this stuff. It's like you tried to make a conversation that we were talking about celebrities. You tried to make that about age, and that wasn't even the case. And same thing here. You're trying to, say something. Go back and listen to that video. Go back and listen to that song.
Listen to the song. Yeah, listen to the entire song.
Yeah.
And look up the lyrics too, because and that's why I included that intro in my intro of his song, is because he is defending the Second Amendment and he's saying in the song, like, I'm gonna buy another gun and ain't nobody can tell me anything. Because we are in support of the Second Amendment, how we can own as many guns as we want, and we don't have to answer to the government of all people or things about owning guns.
Just because that song is being played, it does not mean that we're supporting gun violence. That's not what it means.
No, right. And I have nothing wrong with music that has those words, like the word gun. People might take it as negatively with guns or shooting or whatever. But if you listen to, like I said, gang banging songs, like the murder songs, the sexual songs, they are rapping about the very things that they do, and then they actually get arrested for what they talk about in their songs, like legitimately. So that's what I'm talking about, that the young people are getting caught up with the music thinking it's cool to do what these rappers are doing or whatever, and it's not.
Yeah, I would compare the song that you used in the intro, compare that with some 90s and 2000 rap songs, and tell me what you see. Tell me what tell me what difference you find.
Right. Yeah, there's a major difference about a song talking about the Second Amendment and promotion of the Second Amendment, and a song who is singing or rapping about using guns to commit crimes.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a major difference.
Yeah.
About that. Yeah. So anyways, and you see how these topics might be offensive or uncomfortable for people to talk about. That's the point, is to have a discourse about what we see and hear with our own 2 eyes and ears, and to discuss those things, because most people, that I've noticed, they don't care enough to talk about it. They don't care to talk about the effects of it, of how is it going to affect our society of all things.
And then these are the same people that'll be like, why is the world the way it is now?
Exactly.
There's no hope. There's no, why is everything so bad? Well, it's all been done by design.
I
Every bit
believe
of it.
so. Yeah. And that's where it starts. It starts in the culture and in the society. It spills into music and movies, but really it's the society. It's the
Yeah.
people who are making the music and making the movies so that we can see it on TV. But if the society, in my opinion, was clean and moral and, had some type of standards or decency, which I know we're never going to have, but that's just my like personal thing. It's the society that is broken. It's fallen apart. The family homes have been broken.
Well, we've talked about this. I think we've touched on this briefly before, but it bears repeating. If you look at the sitcoms from the 50s and the 60s and up into the 70s and a little bit into the 80s, it started when it started to change. But look at all your lead actors that were the father in that sitcom.
Mhm.
How was that person being betrayed? How was he being shown? He went to work, he came home, his wife was there. He always had a good talking with his children, or there was always they were looked at as good role models.
Mhm.
But then it started to switch up, and for me, it would be with Al Bundy from Married with Children, who turned out to be this really sexist guy. He's a man's man, and he's a buffoon, and then it carried on into Family Guy and into The Simpsons, and it just downgraded what a father or what a man of the house really should be like.
Right.
And so that's, and then people look at the people that have been subjected to that. They look at the guys now and they're like, oh, well, you ain't nothing. You're just a buffoon. It's different than what it was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
And you lose respect for older people like that because you think that that's how they are. And if we do want to make it about age, that's exactly what I would say is, what does it look like as a younger woman seeing an older woman do that? Even if she wasn't a celebrity, why don't we have better role models in our society and our families of our mothers and grandmothers being better or looking better than that?
This is why it's so important for people to not look at these celebrities as role models.
Exactly.
You can find somebody in your life that's a friend of the family or what, that's doing a really good job at being a husband and a father, or a mother that's doing a really good job of taking care of her kids and trying to train them up right. And there are good examples out there if you just looked and not look for the celebrities to fill that void.
Right. But those are the loudest voices.
Exactly.
That's another problem. The algorithms, the media, they make those voices louder than the actual traditional, people or values. They're not promoting that. So you would rarely see it.
And because they do that, that's when you see a crisis happen. And then all these celebrities come out and say, oh, this is such a bad situation. We got to do better. Da, da, da. And then they have this montage of 20 different celebrities coming out, all saying the same damn thing, knowing that what they're doing is going to have an impact on their audience, on a dumbed down, indoctrinated audience.
Unfortunately, yeah, that's all it is. And that's why, honestly, I still believe in those things of like protecting your mind from those images or that type of visuals or lyrics or whatever, is because I do still believe that can infiltrate in your thoughts, in your behavior, and you don't know why you don't feel well. And on the flip side, there's music like classical music or sounds of nature or like white noise that makes you feel calm, and it makes, like it actually could heal you, like frequencies, sounds, and things like that. That's how important it is. That's why I do believe in like the spirituality version of us, like our
Yes.
soul and our bodies and things like that. And it's just being bombarded with this Hollywood crap.
What? Yeah, going. Yeah, we might have to do a segment on this, but the sound frequencies. I've looked into this stuff, and if you go back to like I think it was like the 1930s or 1940s, they changed the frequency that was being aired across the airwaves. It was a more the frequency that they changed to had a negative effect on the human body.
Okay.
And so that's why when you hear classical music from the 100 years, it just sounds really good. And talking about sound frequencies being a healing thing, yeah, there's different there's a bunch of different ones that heal different things. And that goes back into Tartaria, all these big buildings, and they had, and then the bells that were there that they destroyed at World War II.
Yeah.
Frequency has healing power, and the ancients, our ancestors, knew this.
Exactly. That's a whole rabbit hole. You see how you start from something so innocent like music and beats, and then you fall into the rabbit hole of of everything that you just said. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is like lost knowledge. Like we don't even know it anymore. They don't teach it anymore.
Hidden knowledge.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, hidden knowledge. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
We don't even know about it anymore. Like, who knows?
Yeah.
All I know is that I have a gut feeling that it bothers me, and I don't know why. I don't know how to explain it without it sounding a certain type of way, which is why you can't care about those things anymore. You just have to figure it out, like verbalize it, like communicate it, so that you can find what is it. And then when Jimmy says something like that, I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense, because I already had like a gut feeling like this is weird. Like, what? Like, what am I looking at right now? It's what? And it's just hard to like process.
And see, and what you did there, you listened to your gut and you wanted to explore the information. But there's so many people out there that, they have a gut feeling about something, but then they ignore it. They just want, no, this isn't happening. It's kind of like, folks that were in the Watchtower, some had a gut feeling that it was all bull crap.
Yeah.
But they didn't do anything about it. They didn't look into it, and now they're still in there.
Yeah.
So,
I guess so. Yeah.
That's why, when I say I trust my intuition, I trust my gut feelings on things, I act on them. I try to find out, okay, why is my gut telling me this, or why am I feeling a certain way about a certain topic?
Right. Yeah. And then when you talk to other people, and like I said last Tuesday, me and Tony were just on a phone call, and we randomly just said, yo, J-Lo needs to retire. And I was like, yo, for real, like without us even realizing that we had the same like back in the mind thought process about older celebrities, like what I just saw on X, on the algorithm. Like something just pops up and I'm like, ooh, ugh. And then I go on the phone and I'm like, she says something about J-Lo, and I was like, you are so right. Look at what, like, J-Lo, what? She was like our Puerto Rican representation. Or like for me, I used to feel like this is Puerto Rico. We are being represented through J-Lo and Mark Anthony. And that was like the power couple of the mid 2010s, right? And now I see her getting a little older, or see her doing a concert or something, or still dancing, and I'm like, ugh, J-Lo, please.
I had that same feeling about Madonna. Okay, in the 80s.
Oh my God.
Material Girl. All right, I love that. I look. Okay, yeah. I'm like, oh my God, woman, put on some clothes. You don't need to be doing that no more.
For real. And even Britney, I felt so bad for her in the beginning about like, protesting on her behalf. But now all these crazy videos coming out, I'm like, eesh, I don't know, Britney. No, did we make a mistake? I don't know.
It is amazing how you can take one topic and talk about it, and then it leads into other stuff.
Yep.
That's what happens on this show.
Yes. Well, are you ready for the news?
I am. Do we have anything in the chat worth mentioning?
Let me see. Linda says, never ignore your gut feeling or intuition. Yes. Michelle Price says they thought the gut feeling was demonic.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch out.
Because yeah, you could buy a cheap excuse and just run along with it. But I don't do that anymore. I don't buy cheap excuses about why something feels weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ask too many questions, and that was my problem. I asked too many questions, and I probed, and I continued, and I didn't stop at all.
Yeah.
And that's when you become a target, because it's like, why are you not buying the excuse? Why you're not buying it? So no, I don't do that anymore.
And you know this, and that's the same thing. You know, everything that we experienced. You know, as far as Watchtower was concerned, it's the same thing when it comes to political stuff. You know, it's like, because I ask questions and because I'm questioning a lot of things that's going on or has been going on. You know, Jimmy, why can't you just buy the narrative? Why can't you just accept the science? Why can't you just accept? Because I know they've been lying to us.
Right.
That's why I can't accept it.
Right. And sometimes you don't have all the information to just like prove it.
Yeah. You're just like, yeah, something's just not setting right. It's like with the whole CV thing, you know, end of March 2020. I was like, yeah, something about this doesn't make sense. I don't know what it is yet at the time, but I'm like, yeah, this doesn't make sense. And it kept me more in tune to pay attention to what was going on and learn what was going on. And then when I found all the information, I was like, oh, that's what they were doing. Oh, so my gut feeling was right. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna hop into the news segment. Jimmy is gonna, let's roll it.
Ready to go.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the News Blast with Jimmy Bell.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the News Blast. So where I go ahead and highlight or cover what happened in the previous week, and I use it by sharing headlines with you guys. And again, if you find something interesting, go look it up, read more about the story for yourself. So let's go back to Memorial Day weekend of May 24th, 25th, and 26th. Kremlin calls Trump emotional after U.S. president says Putin is crazy. There's more to that. There's a lot more to that thing going on there. So I'm not even going to go there right now. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino says Biden-era investigations being re-examined. Okay, that's very interesting considering what we have heard, what Trump said about Biden, which we'll play later when we get into the conspiracy section of our show. So, yeah, everything needs to be re-examined because, again, if they were using auto pen to sign executive orders and everything like that, yeah, it needs to be re-examined. Senator Ron Johnson says there's enough opposition in the Senate to hold up Trump's big, beautiful bill. Of course there is, Ron Johnson. You rhino.
Oh, yeah, we got to talk about that big, beautiful bill.
Make a note of that.
Yeah, put a note there. And if anybody else is interested in joining the conversation whenever we do have it, it doesn't have to be tonight. But that bill, I've been hearing a lot about it. And Trump just put a tweet out that says a lot of people are like spreading like misinformation or they're not correctly sharing what it actually is about. And then I saw another video about a whole lot of congressmen and women that were being like screamed at over this, like at their city halls that they be having. And they're like, oh, why are you, voting for this or whatever? And like really screaming at them. And I'm like, what the heck? What does it say? Like, I'm going to have to look into this. So we need to get into that.
Yeah, I need to look more into what's in the bill and everything, because I haven't, not
Yeah,
yet.
me neither. Yeah.
But I got a feeling this is just my gut feeling. Do you remember the whole Project 2025 thing?
Ah,
How they
yes.
how they
Mhm.
pushed that and said, "Oh, this is Trump's doing," and we ain't heard crap about Project 2025 since the election or since inauguration. We haven't heard
Mhm.
anything about it. Um,
Right, right.
so I think as that was misrepresented, I think the information, even without looking at it yet, just knowing how these people operate, I'm pretty sure they're probably misrepresenting some stuff that's in there. So
Right.
after I
Yeah.
look at it, I can confirm whether or not my gut feeling on that was
There.
correct or not.
Yep. There you
All
go.
right. Trump says he'll delay a threatened 50% tariff on the European Union until July. We did mention that last week. Remember, tariffs are used as a bargaining chip. Very important when you're dealing with geopolitical stuff. U.S. citizen arrested and accused of planning to bomb the U.S. Embassy office in Israel. King Charles III arrives in Canada. Ukraine says Russia launched its biggest drone attack yet. Yeah, we're going to talk more about that, I'm sure. Israeli strike kills dozens sheltering in Gaza's school. All right. I kind of.
I'll be right back, Jimmy.
Okay, go ahead. I guess she's got to take the pie out of the oven. I want to come back to that a little later. I made a note here because I heard today, it says Israeli strike kills dozens sheltering in Gaza's school. What people need to understand is these terrorists, not just in Hamas, but other terrorist organizations, and they're doing it in Ukraine as well. What they will do is they will set up their operation or their launch sites or store weapons or something in hospitals and in schools, so that those are military targets. So when they are targeted, then Hamas or Ukraine can say, "Oh, look what the Russians or Israel did. They bombed a school." These people are using these folks, innocent civilians, as shields, human shields. And there's a movie called Apocalypse Now. I haven't seen the movie, but I heard that we should watch the clip of General Kurt's statement in that movie. And I think I put it on my Facebook page, but I'll ask Ruby to look it up, and maybe we can play that clip in regards to using these children and stuff to hide their, use them as human shields. Anyway, Trump says he's considering rerouting $3 billion in Harvard grants to U.S. trade schools. That would be a great thing to do. We need more children, our youth in trade schools. There's a lot of money to be made. And, you got so many people out there that have gone to college and they've racked up all this student loan debt and they can't find a job for the things they have a degree in. But yet that same, you take somebody that is an HVAC person or electrician or a hairstyle, they're making way more money than these people are with less debt. And there's more about Harvard too, about being a breeding ground for Chinese spies. There's that too. Vietnam orders messaging app Telegram to be blocked. All right, so that's what happened on Memorial Day. Ruby, you're back. How's the pie?
Yes. Oh, somebody already took it out, so I'm back
Okay.
over here. I was waiting for a plate, but I guess nobody cares. Whatever.
Can you go and we'll play? Well, I want to play this later because I thought this was interesting. Look up General Kurtz, Kurtz.
Wait. General KURTZ.
RTZ. And guys, this is a movie. He was acting as a general, not a real general.
Okay.
But statement. General Kurt's statement.
Okay.
about
General
about
Kurtz.
about kids. See, yeah, about kids.
About kids.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. A quote.
Well, it should be a clip. I found it on YouTube earlier.
Okay, I see like a website here. Did it show? Okay, here we go.
Yeah, see, when I searched on Google, it came right up. General Kurt's statement, and it came right up for me. But see if you can find that, because I really want to play that.
You said a clip on YouTube too?
Yeah, do it. Yeah, General Kurt's statement about kids. Let's see what comes up.
Okay, Kurt's statement about kids. Let me share my screen with you.
I think that's it right there. What's that say? That first one?
I've seen horrors.
How long is that?
If the general's back in
6 minutes.
Okay, yeah, save that, and we'll come back to it
All right.
when we're playing clips, because we got a lot of clips I think to play tonight. All right, so let's go into Tuesday, the 27th. Elon Musk says he's disappointed by Trump's big, beautiful bill. Okay, we really need to make that our homework this week.
Yeah, next week.
And go find out what's in this big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, everybody is like,
yeah, I need to find out about
their
that.
nails and teeth out about this thing, and I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, I need to check it out. Trump administration seeks to end all federal contracts with Harvard. Wow, Harvard's in the news, aren't they? I wonder why.
Oh yeah. Side note, did you know that? I mean, my husband told me this today, that President, I think it was his daughter is a student at Harvard.
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, and it goes along with what I just said about Harvard being a little training ground, a little breeding ground for Chinese spies.
Yeah, like how did that even get allowed? Number one, why is a high, I mean, what would you consider her? Like a high ranking? I mean, I don't even think she's that much of a big deal for government, but like, why is the president of another country, who's supposed to be our enemy or whatever, in our country going to school in our country? Why doesn't she just go to a school in China?
Yeah, all you have to do is just look at the the percentage of education. At one point, United States was really good in education. We had high numbers. China's past that. So why would they be sending her to? And it's just because it's Harvard. That's a whole nother rabbit hole.
Yeah, that's very problematic. And I think apparently Congress is trying to make a bill or something to change that, I guess, or to get her deported. I don't know what it is. But these are, you see, this is what I would call common sense laws, that should have already not been allowed. Even when they were buying like American farmland and all that stuff. Like, how in the world is it that another country can buy land in our country and that's legal? That makes no sense. So this is in the realm of people. This government doesn't have any common sense.
Well, it makes sense if you understand how the deep state operates.
Stop it. I don't care. You know what? When sometimes I don't care no more about this deep state.
But I'm telling you, but here's the thing: you have to understand how they operate to understand why Harvard is the way it is. Why was Chinese land, or why was American land being bought by the Chinese government? What did we learn in the 16-year plan? That they wanted to overthrow America. So not only do you have, your universities being infiltrated with CCP and other, nationals, but then you have, all the illegals being allowed to come across the border with no repercussions. Once you, and I know people want to scoff at, the deep state. I get that, but, our government is not using, of course they're not. The deep
It's on
state,
purpose, right?
it's
I,
done
I
on
get that. I
purpose.
get that.
Yeah,
But that's frustrating and is angering because if we
good.
can see it with our own two eyes, that is being allowed
Mhm.
on purpose when there's millions of Americans that can use that land to buy a house or build a house or build a business or something, make a whole new little town if you wanted to. But you're telling me that another country bought that makes no sense at all. No sense at all.
Well,
I'm angry about that.
I'm glad you are,
Yeah.
because the more people that get to that point, that's called the precipice.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, I've talked about it before about reaching the precipice. You know, because it's been said by the Q boards, it's
Mhm.
not until people reach the precipice of destruction until they're willing to make a change.
Yes, because it makes me feel as if we're not a serious country. We're not a real country if this is allowed to happen. Why would I send my sons or daughters to fight for this country if this country is allowing something like this? Like before I used to be like really pro military and like I wanted my son to go to like the young Marines boot camps and stuff like that. And then after I woke up, I was like, "Oh hell no. I will
Yeah.
never let them be under the radar of like a young cadet or something so that when they turn 18 they can get recruited for another war that we don't want, for another agenda that we don't know about,
Mhm.
for a state that still exists whether we like it or not. Why would I send my son to do that? Hell no.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. That's why that whole cancer needs to be
Yeah.
gotten rid of. Needs to be gotten rid, and it's happening. There's a lot of stuff going on right now that's destroying their financial ability to be able to do things. They don't have the control like they used to. It's
I
diminished.
mean, when
It's
I see bull
diminishing.
crap like this, I'm like,
Well,
who's
again,
going to take accountability for that?
how many? Why do we do this show? We do this show to bring information out, to help people go look it up. Help educate folks, get them to wake up a little bit about things,
Yeah.
to at least be engaged. So that right there tells us that there's still a lot of people out there that don't know this stuff. And if you don't know what your enemy is doing to destroy you and your future generations, how are you going to fight against it?
Yeah, exactly. Because we already know, or I already know that this government is not going to protect us. They don't care about that. They care more about money or kickbacks or whatever they're doing for money instead of caring for the actual citizens within this border. And then they want to use our sons and daughters to die for their wars so they can make money with the war complex, the military complex. And all of it, I rejected. And it makes me angry because I want to be patriotic. I do very feel like I'm nationalistic and patriotic, but this gets me like this close to abandoning all of that because this is not a serious country. And when I see stuff like this, it's just like, no.
When I think about patriotism, I think about being patriotic towards what's been said in the Constitution.
Right. Yeah. And that's about it.
That's where I'm at, because I don't care if you're red, blue, purple, yellow, green. I don't care, as far as lawmakers are concerned. If you're doing anything that goes against the Constitution, you should be out.
Exactly. Swift. Like, we don't need to discuss it. And it makes me angry because back in the day, that's exactly how it would have been handled with duels or with a quick vote or something. But all of a sudden, we can't do that no more. Why not?
Because, and here's the thing that people need to understand: the country, the government, was infiltrated by these people that wanted a global new world order.
I'm sick of it. I'm just sick and tired of it. Yeah.
I'm glad you are. I've been sick and tired of it for a while now. Yeah. So, but with the fight continues.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get back into Tuesday. Wow, I like our little weaves we go on, our little tangents.
Yeah.
Let's see. RFK Jr. says COVID shots no longer recommended for kids and pregnant women.
It's about time.
Mm-hmm. If you know, you know, and you didn't get them. Putin and Trump agree to a prisoner exchange. NPR and stations filed lawsuit against Trump, arguing ending federal funding is illegal. Okay, my question for NPR and those stations, can you tell me in the Constitution where it says it's the federal government's responsibility to fund you?
No.
Why is my taxpayer dollars having to go towards funding a radio station or whatever they got going on at NPR? Why?
No, my understanding of the federal government establishment was for the commerce between states or something like that, like the conflicts or like economies or trade between states.
Okay.
I mean, that's basic. That's the basic knowledge I have about the federal government.
On the commerce side.
Yeah, like if there's a conflict between two states or about trade or like money, something to that effect. I thought that the federal government was just supposed to be about resolving or like preventing disputes between the states.
Yeah, I think that to be accurate. I'll double check it, but it does make sense for the federal government to stay out of that situation and just be a referee if need be. But
Right.
since their states are supposed to be sovereign states, they should be able to, trade with one another, whatever.
Right.
They should be able to have their own radio station. And, now that I'm thinking about it, let's say you had all 50 states with different radio stations blaring whatever they wanted to. Okay. That would be cool. But the established, that's what we'll call it. Let's call them an establishment.
Okay.
The establishment says, no, we can't have all these 50 different voices out there. We need to centralize the message and have the government, have the taxpayers fund the centralized voice. And then that way, we can put our message out there. So instead of there being 50 voices, there'll be one voice. So that's how, and think about how long NPR has been around. You have these people, I listen to NPR and da-da-da-da-da. And it's just more progressive information there. So anyway, that's
Okay.
there's that. They said COVID variant NB1.8.1 hits the U.S.
What is that? Bless you. Talking about COVID. Oh my God.
Bullshit. You hear what I'm saying, right?
No.
I said BS.
Oh, here we go. You got me again. Oh my God.
I'm sorry. If you're buying anything with COVID anymore, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. S&P 500 closes 2% higher. This was Tuesday last week. 17 bodies found in house during missing persons investigation in Mexican state. Wow.
What do you mean, Mexican state?
I guess, like we have states here in the United States, they have states in Mexico.
Okay.
So 17 bodies were found in a house during a missing person investigation. Sudan says cholera outbreak killed 172 people in a week. You noticed a pattern here? They're trying to bring up diseases and stuff again and get the people scared again. Naval group rolls out 4th Suffren class submarine. At least 5 are dead and 19 injured after a chemical plant explodes in China. All right, that was Tuesday. Any comments in this live chat?
Steen is asking, have you had your 11th booster yet? Oh my gosh. Linda James, Apostle Babe says, have you heard that RFK Jr. does not believe germs cause illness and that more and that more than HIV causes AIDS? I have not heard any of that. Nope.
Yeah, there's
I mean, did it come out his mouth? Like, did he say this in an interview or something?
What do you say? The germs don't call viruses, and I think this is what viruses don't exist. They are produced. they're not a natural occurring thing. If you go and look up all the different types of viruses, every one of them has a patent. Enough said.
Okay.
So when he says germs don't cause viruses, he's not lying.
Okay. So that's a science class though. We're gonna have to open up our science books about that one.
Yeah. I tell you somebody, you know what? I might be able to get John. I could talk to John, and because he went down. I mean, yeah, March and April of May of 2020, I said CV was BS, right? He didn't until he started doing a bunch of research. And then by time he got done researching, he was sending me information about viruses and this scientific study and that scientific study. I mean, he went down that rabbit hole and he did way more research on that stuff than I did. And he can speak to it. So maybe I'll talk to him and be like, hey, John, you want to come on the show one day and talk about what you learned about viruses and, you know,
I mean, just for like 10 minutes, maybe he can just do like a 10-minute monologue about the things that he's found really quickly.
Yeah. So I'll ask him. All right. So let's go into Wednesday, May 28th. J.D. Vance says crypto finally has a champion in the White House during the Bitcoin conference speech. Still don't know how I feel about that stuff. Elon Musk leaves Trump White House after Doge tenure. And so here's the thing. He's going to still be an advisor. He's not going to be the front man, I guess, so to speak. And just because he's leaving does not mean that the Doge team is not still doing what they're doing. The Doge team still exists. It's just he's stepping back from being the head of the face of the operation.
Okay, you want let's share this 2-minute clip of Donald saying thank you.
Elon Musk has given me his complete and total endorsement. I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. As the first order of business, this commission will develop an action plan to totally eliminate fraud and improper payments within 6 months.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
That's a big one.
I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families.
That is going to do more to unleash innovation, to unleash economic prosperity, when you don't have this crushing bureaucracy that answers to nobody sitting on top of the American people.
Well, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of money that's going to places where it shouldn't be going. I ran on this, and the people want me to find it. And I've had a great help with Elon Musk, who's been terrific.
We are going line by line when it comes to the federal government's books. American taxpayers will see significant savings because of that effort.
These are systematic, programmatic reforms that we're talking about here.
People work their whole lives and pay taxes, yet they find out that they've been giving $2 million to Guatemala for sex changes. It's outrageous.
We've been overwhelmed with the positive response of Elon's effort. There's going to be so much savings because of what Doge is doing that you should be really, really excited about it.
I'm very proud of the job that this group are doing. They're doing it at my insistence. It would be a lot easier not to do it, but we have to take some of these things apart to find the corruption. We found tremendous corruption.
Thank you, Elon.
With that said, I want to go back to what you're talking about the deep state. You're like, are you tired of hearing about the deep state? This is a perfect example of the war that's being fought right now. Because if you go back to the Trump speech, and we've played it several times before, from October of 2016, when he says the establishment enriched themselves at the detriment of the American taxpayer.
Yep.
All right. The American taxpayer has known for years that government is wasting our money. They've known that. But what did they do about it? They just, I know the government's wasting our money, but what can we do about it? Well, now you have something, I guess you could say a weapon that was used against the establishment to expose what they were doing.
Right.
And then people get pissed off because, oh, well, they shouldn't be looking at the book. Are you kidding me? Yes, we need transparency. We need the establishment's game, what they've been hiding. We need that out in the light so people can see it.
And that's what Elon that's all he was doing. I mean, this fake outrage about privacy laws or that he has like some information. I'm like, the whole entire government has that information. Who cares?
He owned PayPal.
That too. It's like that doesn't
so
really
he had
bother
the
me.
information. He had information.
Yeah. What bothers me is the type of fraud that they were finding. Like she said, sending money to Guatemala for sex changes. What the heck is that? What is that? When we have real problems in the world, like homelessness or solving hunger or something like that.
But again, they may not have been sending the money for that particular purpose. They might have been sending a small percentage so they can say that they did something. But what have we learned about the establishment, what they do? Money laundering.
Yeah, it probably never even left.
Exactly.
Who knows where it went? Whose pocket it's in right
So,
now?
I really don't understand all these people are like, oh, well, we shouldn't be doing Doge. We should, blah, blah, blah. And they talk negative about it. Look, you're wondering why you're getting robbed. Okay, so let's hire somebody that can tell you why you're getting robbed. Well, this is what we found. Oh, well, now you're mad at the person that's investigating why you got robbed? Makes no sense.
Yeah, so thank you to Elon. Like he said that post, he's like, thank you, Elon. He did what he was gonna do, and now he's out. Maybe behind the scenes, like you said, an advisor or whatever it may be. But I would rather have a Elon type of character on our side than against us, like we've seen with other billionaires or millionaires that use their platform for nothing, for nothing, that doesn't make any change, any real change, any movement at all.
Or use their power for negative activities or nefarious activities. Yeah. And this goes right along into keeping online with the news blast. Judge allows Doge to access sensitive Treasury payment systems.
Okay.
So remember the video that we showed about the money, and they showed the track on every, where it went to, where it goes, then it goes back over here. They had we saw the diagram. So basically, Doge wants to go into that diagram and find out what's going on, who's getting what. So, yeah, it's gonna be fun. Federal Trade Court strikes down Trump's reciprocal tariffs. Another court, another judge. Alpine Village is largely destroyed when a Swiss glacier collapses. I did see that, and apparently that's something that happens quite commonly over there. Pentagon ends "What did you do last week?" email requirement. Hamas chief Mohammed Sinwar has been killed. Hamas chief Mohammed Sinwar has been killed. I did hear something about that. I think it was over in Gaza. FBI's Kash Patel vows, "You're going to know everything we know about the Trump assassination attempt." And I do believe we will. South Korean Navy patrol plane crashes, and Israeli airstrikes target Yemen airport. That was Wednesday. Any comments in the chat?
Just a few about Elon. GG for GB says Elon's 5,000 Doge refund tax flushed down the toilet. I don't know about that. We need to confirm that one.
It hasn't been talked about, but I don't think it's off the table, and I don't think it's only going to be $5,000. It might take a little while, but we'll see. But I don't think And there's a reason why I say that, but I don't want to get into that reasoning right now.
Okay.
I'll just say it has something to do with Jassar and Asara. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. JG says, I'm disappointed with Doge. It didn't do enough. The real problem is the 37 trillion deficit. Well, we did learn about the deficit in that video, and it kind of seemed like a never-ending type of problem.
All I'll say to that is the Doge team is not done. They're going to keep working, and they're going to find more. I think this is actually supposed to be going on until July of next year, that they're still going to be doing the work that they're doing.
Okay.
And again, if you're waiting for the mainstream media or whatever to put information out about it that's in a positive light, you're going to turn into a skeleton. So that's why you have to look elsewhere for this information.
Okay. Let's see. Joseph and Steen both said about the Clinton Foundation have lots of cash and free education to Chelsea. Yeah, I did hear about that, but I think that's also like money laundering. Rosie says Elon's job was not a forever job. He came in, did his assignment, now going back to his company.
Correct.
Yeah, at least he set up what needed to be set up, and then somebody else can continue it. And what I really want to see is the the fruits. We need to start reaping the fruits of Doge. I want to start seeing people get arrested for those money crimes, fraud crimes. I want to start seeing American families get their money back. How cool would it be to get that check back in the mail and with a literal letter or something saying that this was the average amount of taxes between the years of this year and that year that was basically stolen from you through income the IRS, and now that's going to be done away with. We don't have to pay income taxes anymore, or whatever happened to I don't know if DeSantis already signed this or not. I don't think he did because I haven't seen it. But whatever happened to taking away property taxes?
Did I see it on here? Where did I see it?
Yeah.
Go to Facebook.
I'm here.
And I don't think I shared it. I know look up the name Greg Worthington, WORTHINGTON. And I hope there's not a huge list of.
Yeah, right.
Let me see if oh God, it's too small. I can't see.
Let me see if I could blow it up.
Or I'm sorry. Go to my Facebook page under friends.
Oh, okay.
And search Greg. Because he posted something about this tonight.
Okay. So I'm at your page.
Just go to friends and then search for and just do a search for Greg Worthington.
Nothing popped up.
Are you on my friends list?
Yeah. Yeah. How do you spell his first name?
GREG.
Oops. Yeah. No results.
That's on my friends page?
Yes. You're missing a friend. Yes.
No, he's on there somewhere. Anyway, he talked about that tonight.
Okay.
I thought you could go over there on the left-hand side where it has my friends.
Yeah, it's not here on the left. I only see photos here.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, oh well. It talks about that. It talks about the money and this coming back, but it's not ready yet. I do think there's going to be something taking place, but it's not going to happen just right now.
Right. So that's the point. It's like these are great conversations, but DeSantis has been a really great governor to do what he says, and I'm still waiting for that one to come through where he signs it.
The gist of what Greg was saying, that we're going to see more and more states adopting the getting rid of the income tax and getting rid of property taxes. It's going to be a slow, there's going to be different states. Because remember how long it took for like different states to open up after the lockdowns? And then eventually everybody was opened up. So this is it's going to happen the same way. There's going to be certain states that are going to take the lead on getting rid of income taxes and getting rid of property taxes. And then the other states are going to see how much money these people are saving and how much better it is for their citizens that they're going to adopt the same thing.
But you see, with that situation, I don't think it was necessarily that they were afraid or not strong enough to, as a governor, to open up faster. I think that they were pressured into staying closed. Like,
oh, absolutely. And it's just like, just like this situation, there's going to be certain states that are going to fight this tooth and nail. They want people to pay the income tax. They want people to pay the property taxes. So California, New York, your hardline Democratic run states will be the ones that will be basically hurting their citizens still.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. So if a governor is not doing what they're supposed to be doing for their own state, for their own like residents or whatever, then why are you the governor?
And this could be another wake up call for, folks that are still believing in the establishment's narrative. They could be like, hey, we're here. I'm just going to use in California as an example, folks. Hey, we're in here in California. We're paying all these taxes, but I'm looking at 34 other states to where they're doing really good over there. All right. So the people have a choice. They can either move to those states, or if they have enough people in their own state that don't like what's happening, go change it.
Right. Exactly. Also, Dallas just says that Texas has no income tax.
Yeah.
So, I mean, come on. I don't know. I think what my problem is that I'm maybe expecting too much. Am I? Because in my opinion, as a governor, a president, or any type of leadership role, you should be taking the lead. You don't need to wait for another state to do something for you to see that it's good to do it.
You should. Yeah. Yes, I agree with you. You are in the same position that I was back in 2020 and 2021. When I'm learning all this information, I wanted it all right now. Why isn't this happening? Arrest these. And it wasn't until I had to step back and dig deeper and find out, okay, what's being played out here? How is this being done? And then once I realized that, I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. Now I know why this is taking this long and why this is not happening, or why this already happened, but people didn't see it. So there's going to have to be something else that happens so people will wake the hell up. Yeah, it's when I say we did one part, information war, explain the information war. That's what we're in.
True. But as a leader, there should be certain things that
They don't care, Ruby.
Yeah, but every state even has their own constitution, right? And we already have the regular constitution. So why is it so hard to see something plain as day as unconstitutional, but not do anything in your state as the governor? That should be like a
if you wanted to destroy a state or a country from within, would you follow the rules?
No.
There you go.
I guess I have more faith in these people than I should, because I put myself kind of in their shoes. Like if it was me, like I love DeSantis, right? But if it was me, I would be going the extra mile. I would be going further. I would be going to the letter and the T of every line, and it shouldn't be a problem because it's already in the Constitution. So there's nothing to sue over. It's literally already there. It's there's nothing to fight or argue about.
Right.
There's no politics in that. It's literally in the Constitution already. So I don't know, whatever.
Yeah. So that's why there's way more going on behind the scenes than what we know.
And that's the only reason why I believe that that a deep state exists. Because if there's no real explanation for something being held or withheld or not being done, it makes me think that there's somebody behind the curtain that's not letting that happen. And who else would it be?
Goes
Yeah,
back to that.
exactly. Exactly. It's like, who else would it be? Because if you actually loved your country, loved yourself, loved, your family or whatever. I don't know. It's like, I don't think these people have love in them at all. It's just all about money and greed.
And power and control. Yes.
Exactly.
You're
Exactly.
getting it.
Like the 7 or 8 sins is like all of them combined. And it's like, that's why we're not getting anywhere. And that's why evil it flourishes under this. Because it
Right.
wouldn't be able to flourish if we had a government or a state that completely followed everything that was already there.
Right. Yeah. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. We got all right. Let's get into Thursday, the last one, because he didn't have Friday or the weekend already. So we can just go back to Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Appeals court temporarily allows Trump tariffs to move ahead. Judge extends order blocking Trump administration from revoking Harvard's ability to enroll foreign students.
Yes. Yeah.
A judge extends every week for the past month. There's been something in the news blast about judges
Yep.
doing something. Yeah. Coast Guard offloads more than $211 million in illicit drugs.
Wow.
So guess what organization is not getting $211 million?
Who?
The establishment.
Ah, okay. Okay.
So when I say that their money-making operations are being targeted, this is an example of one of those. Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Arizona Supreme Court turns to AI-generated reporters to deliver news. Okay, I didn't hear about that one.
Nope.
Okay, I have to look that up. Trump administration cancels $766 million in Moderna contract to fight future pandemics, including the bird flu. Again, cancels $766 million
For the establishment.
that they're not going to be able to use anymore.
Right. And okay. I see the game now. I see it.
You see what I'm talking about?
Yes, I see it. And that's exactly why we got to fight against this. Like from the very beginning, I was like, when, like in 2020, when everything started and I was like really freaked out with the news because I still wasn't that, awake to this kind of stuff. I was thinking to myself, the only way I would believe something like this as a pandemic is if I start seeing my neighbors drop dead from a respiratory disease. If I don't see anybody around my block or bodies on the floor, like the way they were making it seem, like how difficult it was, like you can't breathe and then you just drop dead. I was like, I won't believe it. And you just had to wait 2 weeks and nobody died in my area. I was just like, okay. I mean, maybe some people did die, right? I mean, we're not denying that people did die from it. But that was like a mini false flag in my opinion, because I was like, nobody is dropping like flies the way the news was saying it was going to happen.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So I was just like, no, this is on purpose. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It was a false flag operation.
Yep.
Stocks close higher after mixed rulings on Trump's tariffs. Trump administration shakes up leadership at ICE and amid frustration with arrest and deportation levels, cleaning out the people that don't need to be there. Powell defends Fed as Trump pressures him to cut interest rates. I don't know how you can defend the Fed at all after what we've learned about the Federal Reserve.
Exactly.
FBI leaders say, yeah, this one's fun. We talked about this last week. FBI leaders say jail video shows Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide. Yeah, not buying it. Don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of shocked that this is coming up again when the victims never came up, the clients never came up, the logs barely came up.
we're not done with this. We're not done with this story.
Yeah, but to talk about the suicide to me is like the least of our issues when it comes to the name Epstein.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
And the last thing that I have for this week for the news blast is U.S. government employee charged with trying to give classified information to a foreign government.
Mm-hmm.
So that is your news blast, folks. Thoughts, questions, concerns, criticism?
John Marciano says Epstein cover up is big. You see, even with the Epstein stuff, it gets me really like I'm sick and tired of it, or like I'm over it already, because I'm like, the day that he committed suicide, supposedly, allegedly, the day he allegedly killed himself, and Kathleen was, she was in prison or something. I don't even know if she's still there, but when all that went, when all that went down, the next day we should have started. We should have seen arrests of clients, whoever went to that island.
Yeah, it's not over. I just picked up here a second ago. I agree with you. We're going to see more of this.
Yeah.
These are all the news blasts that go all the way back to March.
Wow. You're going to keep that? You're going to keep all that paperwork?
I think so. I mean, I kept all the other stuff. Yeah. I keep all this stuff. You never know when it can come in handy.
Yeah, put it in a tote or something, because there's going to be a time when we're going to be like, oh yeah, we definitely saw this coming. Whenever we said, mark my words, or had an opinion about something, and then it comes through.
With that, this will be a great lead in to the conspiracy section, and then play the last two videos I sent you in your Twitter DMs, X DMs, about our old buddy Sippy Cup.
Okay, I think I have to roll the clip though. If we're gonna,
you got to roll the clip, and I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick.
All right, we're gonna roll the clip. I finally changed the music, so hopefully this will stay on YouTube Live, and the music won't be an issue. All right, we'll see you back in a minute. All right, welcome everybody to the conspiracy or theories or unpopular opinion hour blast, where we're just going to be showing videos, clips, and a lot of opinions. I will put the link now in the chat if anybody wants to hop on.
And just please remember, if you do hop on, stay on target with what we're talking about, or something relative to politics or the situation going on in the world. Yeah, let's kind of stay focused.
Right. And comments under 3 minutes at least, so that we can get through everything before midnight. We're trying to put a time limit on us now. So okay, Jimmy, so I'm looking at my DMs, right? Okay. I only see one video about Biden.
Okay, only one?
Yeah, only one.
Two. Which one you got?
That was one, and then before that,
so those are the two so those are the two that we want to play. But this one right there, that's the one we want to play real quick. But before you do, all right. So you were saying before we went into the segment that we looking at the news blast and be like, oh, we talked about that years ago, or we talked about that. So did everybody hear what Trump posted on Truth Social this weekend?
No, what did he post?
Oh, you didn't know? Okay.
No,
So,
no, I don't think so.
all right. So save that spot on on your DMs.
Okay.
But go to my X feed. Show the screen because I'm pretty sure I reposted it.
All right. This is your page.
All right. And scroll. Let's see. That's not it. Oh, that's about that man. Well, I definitely know it's on my Facebook page. All right, go to my Facebook page. I'm sorry.
All right, let's go to Jimmy's Facebook page. Oops.
And it would probably be within the last day. I didn't post it too much, so it shouldn't take too long to get there. No. That's a good. No, not. Keep going. It's not a video. I don't think it's a video. It just says what he posted. No, that's about that. Oh, come on now. Where's it at?
I know, right? Like, what did he post? I only saw one about the beautiful bill that he was talking about, but I didn't see anything else.
It's something. I think in my comment I said, "Oh, it seems like we were already talking about this," or, you know.
Did Donald post it on X?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Okay, he talked about Boulder, Colorado, Elon Memorial.
I'm sure it's going to be on there too. See, this is where sometimes I wish I could have a split screen and I could look stuff up too, because I could find it pretty quickly.
I know. You gotta level up.
Okay, so while you look, keep going.
Yeah, I don't think he put it over here.
It says something about Joe Biden being executed in 2020.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Donald Biden 2020. Let's see if that comes up.
Okay. They're getting close. What's that say? That picture's one. That's that clip I want to show you earlier. Okay, keep going down. Oh.
So this was the post. It says, it's like he shared a link. It says there is no Joe Biden executed in 2020. Biden clones, doubles, and robotic engineered soulless, mindless entities are what you see.
What have we been saying since 2020?
You can't tell me this is normal. Look at his forehead. This is bullshit. That's a mask. That's a skin mask. It ain't normal. Look at it. Bullshit.
Okay. Now play the clip on your X DMs that I showed, the Biden one.
Okay, just for the music purposes, I just muted it. But wow. Ay.
Okay. Now go and play the clip of those two guys. I think it might be 6 minutes, but it explains. Because, I have said before that the inauguration of 2020 was all staged, and that Joe Biden, that was kind of like his funeral. There's reasons why we say that, and we have the proof and the evidence of why we say that. So we've been saying that since 2020, but then Trump comes out this weekend and says, yeah, there was, the link, there was never Biden wasn't president and he was executed. Some are, argued, late 2020, some say 2018. But this is why we said also that he was a resident and not president. This is why Trump never had his hand on the Bible during this past inauguration, because he was already still president. I know this blows a lot of people's minds, and they're probably going to make a video calling me crazy and stupid for saying it. But let's roll the clip.
All right. So this is a 6-minute video, and I am watching it live with you guys as well. Like, I only watched the first 2 minutes, and I don't know what happened. So I'm going to watch it with you guys.
Watch what smoothies do to our body.
Are smoothies a good option?
They are probably one of the big.
President Trump was right. Senior citizens must be armed. And now, for the first time ever.
What's up, everybody? Steven Tenor here. Tenor Talk, where we speak truth and from the heart. Always, I couldn't be more excited. Today, 10:13, huh? That's like a distress call, but today's a beautiful day, but it happens to be 10:13. I'm with this man right here, patriot, veteran, music artist, Derek Johnson. He's making some waves. I'm so excited because Derek is talking about some incredible stuff, proving how Donald John Trump is the current commander-in-chief. I want to target in on two things today, and we're going to do it in two parts so we can pinpoint in and prove without a shadow of a doubt, and then challenge people, right? We want to challenge people after they watch with their own eyes, hear with their own ears, read the stuff really quick. We're going to make it very simple for you, and then we challenge people to come back because it's factual stuff, people. There's no reason to be doing this. No one wants to be under attack other than saving our country and saving the world, basically. So I want to target in the first thing today, Derek, I want to target in on is the fake inauguration. And for those of you that know, you've seen it on shemedia.com. It brings you to my Rumble channel. If you scroll all the way up a couple of days after the fake inauguration on January 23rd or 24th, you have to scroll up. I break it down. I actually show, which will go with this, that there was trees in some videos and there were not trees in some videos. That's because factually, the inauguration was filmed in a Hollywood studio. I know that sounds crazy, but don't you want that to be true? Because if that's true, isn't that amazing? So don't you want to know what we know? Don't you want to have fresh eyes and look at this stuff factually? Don't you think people would be excited about it, Derek?
Should be.
So I have the video that goes along with this, and you're going to talk about the prisoner of war flag that flew over the Capitol. Actually, there was people at the Capitol on January 20th, but it was pre-filmed in the studio, folks, and I break that down in my video. So just specifically talk about Joe's fake inauguration.
So first, I was a 14 Sierra air missile defense guy, so they call it air defense artillery. So it wasn't true artillery by trade. 13 Bravos would say that I'm not a true artillery guy, but I was around that schooling, so I've seen the artillery. The Joe Biden fake inauguration, part of it was pre-filmed. The other part that you saw at the Capitol building, if you go back and look at the pictures, first off, you compare, take your, like you said, you have to remove like your, what you feel and what you know, what you thought you knew, remove that, and then go back, look at Bush Sr., look at Clinton, look at Bush Jr., look at Obama, and look at Trump's first. And you can tell the Capitol building is completely different.
Now, just for a pause there, those are the pictures you sent me with the circles, right? Showing their inaugurations, which were at that time were real inaugurations, right? Because
Correct.
we're not in the middle of the movie that we're in now to help wake people up, which will make sense later. And we're going to show those as I'm talking here. I'm going to edit this together, right? So we're going to see that. So continue, please.
So you'll see the there's no flag under the American flag. There's no POW flag. So then when you look at Biden's quote unquote, I always put quotes around Biden because he's not real. But when you look at the POW flag and then you look at the copper steel under the lamps, they're the same copper with Bush Sr., Clinton, Bush Jr., Obama, and Trump. You'll see the copper's lamps in the copper lamp post. There's two different. There's a lamp post and then there's copper up under it. You look at Biden's, it's not there. And then he's
now just to pause you. If you go to the actual Capitol now, that is there at the real Capitol. See, that's the difference, folks. You're like, well, what the hell does that mean? When it's filmed in a studio, they left that out on purpose. So if you look at real footage of the Capitol, if you go there now, it's there. So why is it there for all the other presidents? It's there right now if you go there, but it's not there in some of the scenes under Biden because it was filmed in a studio. Do you get that, people? We're not making this up. Please continue.
And then, so he swore in 11:47 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is a violation of the 20th Amendment of the Constitution, which specifically says the president's term is to end at noon and that successors shall then begin. That was 11:47 a.m. You'll see that in the video and certain clips.
Just to reiterate, if you go back, if you remember, he was sworn in before noon. We didn't make it up. We didn't change the time. If you go back, do a little bit of your own research, find some of those videos, see what time, ask people. He was sworn in before noon, which means it's illegitimate. We didn't just make up the rule. If you want to do some reading, that means there was two presidents at the same time, right? Please continue, sir.
And there's also two different sets of soldiers. So when you look at the soldiers around Biden that day, there's not one single uniform that's regulation uniform. And I always hold up my buddy's memorial here. You know, the uniform, we serve in a uniform, we die in a uniform. The ultimate sacrifice is to die in it. So that's why we treasure the uniform and we hold it sacred. So the military law, same guy, he served under the same military law. So military law and regulations and orders are sacred to us because the ultimate sacrifice is to die in it. Not a single uniform around Biden that day was regulation uniform. Now, the motorcade, where people saw the motorcade ride down, those soldiers were real. Not a single one saluted that motorcade because he's not legitimate president, he's not commander-in-chief. There's two things rather that a soldier will always do. We'll always salute the president because that's in our oath. I will obey the orders of the president and officers appointed over me. We'll always salute the president. We'll always salute a moving flag. That did not happen. I didn't make that up. Those are military bearings. Those are military orders. Those are military regulations. Those are also branch regulations. So, once again, the uniform is very sacred. Then you move forward. You go to the grave of the unknown soldier, which we hold very sacred. I actually have a relative that got killed in Vietnam, and for a while he was considered missing in action. We didn't think he was actually going to get a proper burial. So the unknown soldier is for that very reason, for the soldiers that did not get proper burials. So very sacred. You move to the unknown soldier. If you go back once again and look at all the other, I don't put quotes around it, but you look under all the other presidents, Bush Sr., Clinton, Bush Jr., Obama, President Trump's first, then you'll see, once again, they touch the wreath back there. It's a sacred thing they do with the wreath. All right, so when you look at that, you'll see soldiers around him. If you look at the C-SPAN, it's 9 hours and 25 minutes long, but fast forward to it, you'll see soldiers that don't have a PC cap on, a patrol cap. All right, that's a non-violation. I mean, it is a violation. It's a non-regulation uniform. That's a no-no. Every little thing in the military counts. When you see soldiers with PC caps on and there's one there without one, it's done on purpose, first off. It's also this sacred to our uniform. And then the three-piece volley.
Go for it.
This is probably the most monumental thing that I saw the whole day. I punched my dad's refrigerator when I saw it because I got so fired up. But for artillery guys, three-piece volley. Once again, I'm not an artillery guy by trade, but I know what they look like. So it's called a three-volley salute. It's not to be confused with a 21-gun salute. And you'll read that when you see this article here. But three-volley salute, 3 pieces of artillery, 2 for fire and 1 for misfire. All right, so that's what Joe Biden received. And so what you were witnessing, on January 20th, 2021, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. received a full-grade military funeral service.
Here it is. Here's right. And so what we're going to show factually at Joint Andrews when President Trump flew out, right, the difference in that video, we're going to show that he got.
Well, I call it constitutional bylaw and full-grade military regulation inauguration service or ceremony. That's what President Trump received.
Thoughts?
This is exactly what I was asking you a long time ago. I was like, I need to see it. Like, I need to see it. I need to understand, why do people believe what they do or say what they say. And you see how simple they explained it. He even gave his own experience and his own knowledge of it, because he knows those things. They're knowledgeable in that.
And one thing that really caught me off guard, and I was like, what? Because I didn't know. I had heard about it, but I wasn't for sure. But at the same time, the world's being shown a fake inauguration for Joe Biden They're having a ceremony at Andrews military or Joint Andrews military base for Trump. People didn't know about that. Your everyday American did not know that there was a ceremony going on at the same time, per the Constitution, at Joint Andrews military base. That's why we say Trump was still commander in chief.
Okay. So then what's the explanation about who was actually in the White House if he was not alive?
The explanation was, if you're going to expose people, let them commit their crimes. And what are we learning about the auto pen? The auto pen thing is going to explain a lot. So you had all these people that were still pushing the establishment agenda. I like saying establishment instead of deep state. You know, you had all these players in there, you know, using the auto pen to push their agenda and try to tell the public, oh yeah, Joe Biden's doing it. This is Joe Biden's decision. No, they got trapped. That's why so much was exposed during those 4 years. That's why people were like questioning things like, this doesn't make sense. It was a way, it was a tool to help wake up more Americans.
But why let it? Okay, I understand that first point.
Okay.
Like, you know, to catch them red-handed or whatever, that they're, you know, committing crime. But why let those things still play out when you know it's wrong? Like no raid, no intervention, no.
Because whatever we touch on this a little bit, because for one, again, more people need to see what's going on. There's a lot of people that are still stuck in the 3D mindset. We see it every day. Okay. There's people, you can ask them what's going on in the world. They say, I have no fucking clue what's going on in the world. You know, so there's that. And plus, you have to, we talked about this 2 weeks ago, or maybe even last week, you got to clean out the justice system so that when you get constitutional judges in position, then you can bring that case, or then you can have that, you know, mass arrest operation or see stuff on TV, you know, then that's when that stuff can happen. Because people right now, if you were told this certain person got arrested, you'd be like, hell yeah, finally.
Yes.
We need everybody in that mindset so that when they see the crimes, they have no questions
No doubt
about what's happened. No doubts about what has happened.
Okay. Yeah. That for me feels like that's going to take forever. That could take a lifetime, number one. And then the second problem is that all of that is going to be at the cost of a lot of innocent people. Like, people have lost their lives over the illegal immigration. They were murdered at the cost of the American people losing.
Let me just ask this question right here. How many wars were fought where no one died?
I don't think any.
We're in an information war. It's a different type of war. And we know that this establishment does not care about human life.
Okay, good point. Because that's how I kind of feel. I kind of feel like we should be proactive instead of just letting the law be broken and people die. We should be the first ones there to prevent something from happening.
Exactly. That's why we do what we do right now.
Okay, so question from Gigi. She said, so if that's the case, whom was it that went overseas to meet the presidents and other delegates from around the world?
It wasn't the real Joe Biden. Are we talking about Joe Biden still?
Yeah, I think that's what she's referring to.
Okay,
yeah.
so allegedly,
Mm-hmm.
okay, I'm going to say that I like using that word. There were 4 different actors, that's been said, that were playing Joe Biden. So we don't know which actor apparently got that gig to go over and meet with some of these world leaders. Now, the actors that were mentioned, and I can't prove it, but you can look at the one's face. What was his name? He was in England, an English actor. Oh my God, I can't remember his name. But Jim Carrey was mentioned as being one. Like I said, I can't prove this. This is skepticism right here. We don't know. Jim Carrey, James Wood, and then there was the actor from freaking England that looked just like him. I can't remember his name.
So they just hired them to play the part, basically.
And how many times have we? And when you hire an actor, where do you go to hire an actor?
Oh, are you referring to that central casting comment?
Central casting.
Okay, I get it, but
and how many times has Trump said, "Oh, he's central casting"?
Well, I mean I think that was like his way of describing how good of of a front he probably put, or an act.
Or
like
he could have been telling the truth right there, that right in plain sight.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I get it. I'm not saying like it is what it is, but I can definitely see somebody believing that.
But do you see why we question things?
Yeah, exactly.
You see stuff like this, you're like, yeah, that don't make no sense.
Yeah. Okay. How about this? Jelu70 says he's dying of cancer. The perfect segue to cover up his real death.
Yeah, because there's that, but there's also a clip from like 2022. He was giving, it was giving a press conference, I think in Mexico, and he actually said, "Yeah, I have cancer." He actually admitted it back then. Okay, so that would have been the actor putting it out there, saying that so they could use it for later. So I do believe we're going to see. There's going to have to be a distraction or something, and in the media, that could be it. And his signature. I sent you one that showed the difference in the signatures. The signatures were not the same.
I don't think I saw that. Where did you send it?
Oh God, I swore I sent it to you in the DM.
Okay, interesting. I'm gonna have to search for that one.
Let me see if I go to my Facebook page. I think I posted it. I've been so busy this week, I forget. I see stuff, and then I can't remember if I posted it or not.
Okay, we're on your Facebook page now.
But there's one. You go. I think it'll be further up. You know the guy in the car that we've listened to a couple times. I think he mentions it.
Okay, I think you did post a video of him, but I don't think I.
There was two. What's that one say?
This one is about body parts, selling Harvard employee selling human body parts. That's crazy.
No, okay, not that one.
Did you send it to my DMs here on Facebook? Whoops. I clicked the wrong button. Welcome to the stage to Gigi in the meantime while I'm looking for this.
Hi.
Oh, cool. Hey, Gigi.
Hi. Can I say something? Or are we
still while we're looking. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you still on Joey Baby?
Yeah, we're still on Joey Baby, but yeah.
Okay, last week in the news, Massachusetts hit the news last week. They arrested so far 1,970 illegals. And as some of the ICE officers were rounding them up, they were attacked by a lot of protesters and trying to prevent them from arresting the illegals. So I thought that was interesting.
That happened in Massachusetts, you said?
Yeah, Massachusetts. And they did say Massachusetts is the largest sanctuary state for harboring illegals.
I think there was also another incident to that degree that just happened somewhere in California here in the last couple of days too.
Yeah, that happened last Friday.
Yeah.
I'm proud to be from Massachusetts. No. And also, did you hear that 2 Chinese nationals were charged with smuggling a dangerous pathogen at the Metro Airport in Michigan?
Did not hear that.
Fungus. It's a deadly fungi that they got arrested carrying, and it kills all the barley in the wheat if they put it on the
Wow.
Yeah.
Did not hear that. Thank you for sharing that.
I just saw that tonight because I have YouTube on my TV and I have everything from A to Z, so I'm always browsing, and I couldn't believe that one.
Nice.
Wow.
What's your thoughts real quick on the information we just shared about old Joey boy?
Well, I used to say to somebody, and they said I was crazy, that's not Joe. I said, that's definitely an AI guy because his eyes were squinty and he looked like a robot. And I think somebody in the chat wrote that down. And I'm saying, wait a second. He looks good in one picture, then he looks horrible in another. So the only thing that bothers me is that if that was the case that he is dead, supposedly, then all these delegates from around the world, they're all in on it, just like trying to cover up Macron's wife being a man. It's a big international cover up and everybody's involved. So you can't trust anybody anymore. So that's just
I'll agree with that, because these world leaders, they know most of them know what's going on. Well, one, we have where Trump went on the 2017 the capitulation tour, where he basically laid out and told a lot of, Saudi Arabia, Israel, everywhere he went, North Korea, China, he's like, this is what we know. This is what we got. All right. And so a lot of these countries like, okay, we see what you got. They capitulated to Trump. Then after you have the whole Biden residency, Trump comes back in. He just went on that tour to Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and look how he was treated. So my point being, yes, it's a cover up to an extent, but there's some people that they actually know what's happening, and they're battling against the ones that know what's going on, but they're covering it up. Does that make sense?
Julian put a good point. He said, so robots can poop their pants. That's hysterical, but that's a good point.
Before we go to the comments, because I'm going to scroll back up to where we kind of paused on the comments, I just want to welcome Alora Mermaid to the stage. Go ahead, Alora.
Hi. I just came on for a little bit. Ruby, close your eyes because I'm 59 years old and I'm wearing, my belly dancing outfit. I'm performing, so close your eyes. You don't want to see this because I'm disgusting. Anyway.
No.
I thought that was funny. But I also wanted to show off your Barbie.
Nice.
Here's your Barbie. So anyway, she'll be in an upcoming episode. So along with I don't have one of you, Jimmy. So maybe I need to make one of you. But I have a lot of the other YouTube creator Barbies too, like Wally, Danny, Jake, Ryan, a bunch of others too. So,
oh yeah,
anyway,
you definitely need a Barbie for Jimmy, and you need to do a little skit where he says something about the deep state. Definitely.
Oh yeah. Well,
you have to get a Ken doll now.
Yeah.
Well, what they're doing is I have a Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Barbies.
Oh, no.
And I'm going to be making more videos. And the upcoming one is they're all going to be invited to the memorial at the Kingdom Hall in Barbieville. So they're all going to be on the red carpet. So this is Ruby's red carpet outfit for the memorial. And I think either Good Wife or King Tony is going to be maybe I shouldn't give all of it away, is going to be bringing you in on a helicopter. So,
wow. Thank you
because you're a
sharing,
star,
Laura.
of course. Anyway.
Very nice.
Wow. Anyway, I just wanted to say that and just wanted to show you off my belly dancing outfit. And yeah, I'm 59 years old. I'm 200 pounds. I have no makeup on. But you know what? I don't care.
There you go.
That is one of the best things about being in your 50s. You don't care anymore. And so I think Paula Abdul, Cher, Madonna, I think they look great. If they want to go on stage and if they want to rock it, whatever outfit they want to, I say go for it.
Wow. Thank you, Alora.
That's just my opinion. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for joining.
Thanks. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Really quickly, we have a question for you, Jimmy, from a Pasta Babe. She says, So was President Trump the president at the time? If so, why does President Trump say what a lousy President Biden if Biden was not holding the position of president?
Because he's got to keep the secret.
Yeah. Okay. So I read the first because that was kind of a two-part question, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go with the first part of the question.
Yes. So to your point that you believe that President Trump was still commander in chief, that it was
Okay.
he was
So
still the
yes.
president at the time.
So what folks need to understand, there is the commander in chief of the military and the president of the United States. You got to know the distinction there, because before we had our first president, George Washington, he was the commander in chief of the United States military. The military came before the government.
Right. I think
The military back then could have ruled the United States, but they did not want a ruling. They didn't want that. They wanted the people to rule themselves. So they gave up the power and created the U.S. government, which gave the power to the president. Now, yes, the president had dual duties. He's also the president of the United States, but he's also the commander in chief. So let's fast forward to now. We have the establishment, the corporation of the United States, running the country ever since 1871. So the corporation's been running it. That ended in 2016 publicly. Well, no, hold on. Behind the scenes. I'm sorry. Let me make sure I get this straight. So yes, Trump was president of the corporation from 2016 to 2020. The corporation died around 2020. We didn't have the republic yet. The republic there was supposed to be a new Declaration of Independence that allegedly has been signed July 4th of 2020. I'm not even going to go there. That's a whole nother thing. So, so right now with the corporation ending, that would mean that the power would go back to the military. And if you listen to what the general came out and said on January 20th of 2021, that general said, you are seeing a transfer of power to the military. He said it. You can probably find it and look it up. It would be really cool if you did, because then it could back up what I'm saying. Go to X and says, go to X and search for general says power going back to the military. So if you look at 2020, Trump didn't concede. He didn't concede. So if the corporation ended, the power went back to the military. He may not be president of the corporation, but he's still commander in chief. And so under military rule, military power. So that's why Trump. So this election we just had, we're trying to figure out, okay, is this a continuation of the military operation, or did we see a transfer back to the republic? Well, I'm starting to think, because of what I'm seeing right now, I'm still seeing pockets of establishment judges. I still see corruption that needs to be cleaned out. So we may be in control. The corporation could be dead, but have we gotten the republic back yet? I don't think 100%. Could that be what's ahead for us in 2028? Is this why it's being said, oh, Trump may run for a third term?
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yep.
And
we
Trump is also
about it.
Yeah, we talked about that. And Trump also said back in 2017, 2018, he was floating around, I think even during 2020 on the campaign trail, oh, maybe I'll be around 12, 16 years. Everybody thought he was crazy. There it is.
25,000 National Guardsmen who have come in from all 50 states and territories to help support the Secret Service and the police departments with a peaceful transition of military power.
Oh, right there. right there.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I've never seen that before. I need to understand the context of what he was saying there. That's weird.
Yeah, go back and watch. But and what did we see in DC around that inauguration? The military coming in, the National Guard coming in, and we saw all that. And people were like, what's going on? But the media tried to say, oh, this is only happening because they're afraid Trump's going to come in with his military and take over DC. Trump said, no, we're not doing that. We're going to watch you people fail. So if that's the case, and then you look on, the 45-47, we listened to Derek Johnson a little while ago, but Derek Johnson and also the guy in the car talks about that dash means something. So are we still in a continuation of the military power? Does that end in 2028? Or will it happen before then with the announcement of what's supposed to be an Asara Jassar, which calls for new elections within 120 days of its announcement? So let's say it goes to 2028. Trump has technically never been the president of the full republic. The Constitution says he can be president for 2 terms. So that means he could run in 2028 and he could run in 2032.
Okay, well, that's a lot. That's a lot. Because I'm reading this caption, right, on the post where I found that video, right? It says, for all the new people, COG stands for continuity of government.
Continuity of government.
Continuity of government. Basically seizing down and relocating the government in the event of a hostile takeover to preserve our government in a nutshell. Trump signed these orders on December 7, 2020, along with classified PEDs. Basically, the theory is Trump devolved the government to the military's hands right before Biden was going to take office. So in essence, everything you have seen for the past 4 years has been a fake presidency. Remember, Trump has publicly stated Joe's fake presidency. Okay, and then when I click on here on the subtweet, this is the EO 13961, and then in the comments of this tweet, here's a little chart of what that means. Phase
devolution.
1. Yeah, devolution. Yeah.
Devolution. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who put that out?
This tweet comes from John Harold.
Okay, he's legit.
That's his page.
There was another digital soldier. God, the name will come to me in a second. But he did a whole thing about explaining devolution and explaining in more detail what I just said. Way more detail. I gave you the Cliff Note version. But it talks about the continuity of government, the military taking over, and and we see it. I mean, we saw examples tonight of that general saying, hey, this is going back to military power. We heard Derek Johnson say, hey, the military has codes that they have to go by, rules that they have to follow. They didn't salute. And I watched the inauguration. I saw him I saw it. It was 11:47. That's a violation of the Constitution. I saw the parade. I saw the soldiers not paying any attention to him.
Right. Yeah, it was just really weird.
Yes, it was. That's because it's something that we had never seen before. And we were witnessing history.
To it. What about all those people who had their backs turned?
Was that, Joseph?
What about all those people in the parade that had their backs turned?
Yeah, because they were military personnel that were turning their backs towards, from that traitor, that fake president. He wasn't that's why they weren't turning and saluting him.
Okay, so
So when people, this is why it's so hard for a lot of us digital soldiers to try to explain things to folks in just layman terms. We have to go this deep if they're willing to listen, because then you start showing this stuff and it's like, this is why we're saying what we're saying.
right.
What do you say about that? What's your comment about what the general said? You know, what's your comment about, the funeral, the three, that's in military code, the three volley cannon versus the four volley. Yeah, everything has meaning.
Exactly. And that's the problem, is that we're not really educated in that. And I'll speak for myself. I have no clue what those symbols would mean, numbers would mean, objects would mean, none of it. And everything to them is symbolism. So we have to learn their symbols. We have to learn their ways and their phrases and their little words and everything, so we can understand and connect these dots. Because if it wasn't for that guy explaining it, I would have never seen it.
Yeah.
At all.
So when people ask for proof and evidence, like Derek Johnson says, you need to get it out of your head what you've been taught and realize everything you've been told is a lie.
It is.
And then show this stuff to people and be like, explain to me why there's a different lamppost there during Biden's thing and not the other three. Why was the POW, prisoner of war? We've been in an information war since 2016. He was a prisoner of war because he was a traitor to this country.
Okay. I follow it now, because that video really kind of opened my eyes a little bit to that. I'm gonna have to do more. You know what I'm saying? Dig more. But Thrifty makes a good point here. She says, if the military took over the presidency, that would be an insurrection for real.
The insurrection happened. Okay, so here's the deal. The real okay, so everybody thought they saw a real inauguration, right? Everybody thought they saw a real inauguration. What are we learning about that? It was bull crap. It was fake. Same thing with the election or the insurrection of J6, the J6 thing. That was a cover up for the real insurrection that happened on November 3rd of 2020, when they stole the election of 2020.
Right.
That was the real insurrection. And then, of course, they tried to cover it up with J6. And then they had the inauguration on January 20th. But what happened on January 20th? What entered D.C.? The military. So after the insurrection was performed by the establishment, yes, then that's when the military comes in and takes over. That's what happened.
Okay. Jesse in the comments says, I love Jimmy, but no one has ever been more wrong than ever. And that made me chuckle.
All I got to say is, tell me where I'm wrong. Show me, explain to me take the evidence that I just showed you and explain it to me.
Right.
What you see.
Right. Because that's all we're looking for. We're just looking for an explanation of what we saw there. You know what I'm saying? I am too. I am not believing 100% of everything that I'm hearing, but I'm looking for any explanation that can at least make a little bit of sense, so we can see where we're going, because I don't want to be blindsided. Hopefully I'm not blindsided when something pops off and they use a scare tactic or something like the assassination attempt, where people start going crazy. And even with that one, I don't think that was real either. But that's
what did I tell you when that popped off? What did I tell you?
Yeah, that it wasn't even him. Yeah,
it was staged.
It was staged. Right. And then I started seeing how that may be true, because I was like, ain't no way. Just like, it doesn't make any sense.
Here's a question. Why did Trump hold 96 rallies that summer, but CNN was only going to air one of them live, which happened to be the Butler one? Come on now. Think about that.
Yep. So welcome to the stage, Fallen Ashes and Conspiracy. Jesse's in the house. Welcome, guys. Quick 3-minute comment. Fallen, go ahead, Fallen.
I'm just trying to understand the topic because I just got in, but I also came from AA meeting today. So that was interesting.
Wow, okay. So right now we're kind of talking about a video that we just saw kind of explaining how the Biden presidency was basically fake and why people believe that to be true. And they made some really great points. So maybe later on you can rewatch that video and then, let us know what you think. But basically, that Biden was a puppet as the president and that Trump was behind the scenes still commander in chief. And Jimmy explained what that meant, still, being the commander in chief of the military. Well, so that brings me a question from the chat, Fighter of Truth. She says something to the effect of, if that's true, then like I mentioned earlier, why didn't Trump do something if he was commander in chief, if he had the power? If you're saying that he was in he had the power of the military, why didn't he do something to reverse what had happened?
Well, one, what happened in 2020? No.
They stole
What
the
happened?
election.
Okay,
Insurrection.
but before that, what happened?
COVID.
The establishment, that's what I'm calling them now. They knew what was going on. They knew what the White Hats were getting ready to do.
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted to fight back. And the only way that they thought they could fight back was use COVID. Trump did everything he can to inform everybody that was all, what was going on there. He tried to show the cures. He tried to show up. There was so much going on behind the scenes on that thing. So that was that's what they did to try to steal the election, because they knew that if Trump was won in a landslide in 2020, guess what would have been over? The 16-year plan.
Okay.
So this is why when you've seen the Biden administration come in, why certain things are being pushed, it was being done to wake the people up. Because the military and everything you can't come out and do everything when people are still not knowing what's going on. There's that old saying that you have to walk through the darkness to get to the light. So the people had to experience these hardships so that they would be in a position like you are, Ruby, now, to where you're like, I want to see something happen. Something's got to be done.
Right.
You wouldn't have felt that way in 2020. See what I'm saying?
Yes. Really quickly, go ahead, Jesse. You got to unmute yourself.
Can I interrupt for a minute? Linda's been patiently waiting. She'd come on and then she'd get off and she's back on again. She's waiting for you guys to address. She had a question and she's been patiently waiting.
Yeah, Jesse joined first, so we're gonna let.
No,
Jesse...
Linda was on a couple of seconds ago and she got off because nobody was.
I didn't even see her pop on
anything, so she's back
no.
on.
I didn't see her pop on
Let her
either.
go. Yes, I want to hear too.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Linda. Just unmute yourself.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, and thank you, Jimmy. I know you're really going out of your way to explain everything.
I'm trying.
And I'm like, I need it to be a super simple answer for me. Like, my question is, which one of them, Biden or Trump, was the president during that time that you claim Biden had a double or a actor taking Biden's place?
So during 2021, there's feedback. Oh my God, there's feedback. So during the Biden administration, who was president? Is that what you're asking? Linda?
Who was acting as president?
Well, acting as president would have been the Biden. All right. But Trump was controlling the military. And so they had to play it in a way to where the Biden puppet wouldn't, it could do, they could show what was going on, what the deep state plan was, but they could limit how many people would be casualties. Does that make sense?
Let me repeat it back to you so I make sure I understand. So Trump was commander-in-chief of the service or the army and
of the military, yes.
Military, and then Biden was his actor was taking the position in the White House as president. Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
But Jesse says no. Jesse says no. So I want to hear Jesse's opinion. What happened, Jesse? Why are you saying no?
And we got some mad feedback too. So I don't know where the feedback's coming from.
I disagree, but Trump has never had control of the military, the deep state. And I'm coming from you from a Jehovah's Witness angle. Follow me on this. We studied the beast throughout history represent nations, the nation states. And in the Revelation, it also talks about the image of the beast. And that's what we're having right now. We're having NGOs. For example, we just saw it with our own eyes. The United States or NATO or its partners or images of the beast doing war with the beast, Russia, when they bombed inside Russia without Donald Trump knowing. We saw it with our own eyes. Donald Trump is advocating for peace, and yet NATO or some other countries, it wasn't the Ukraine, it was such a sophisticated operation. There had to have been bigger powers involved. I don't know who it was. I don't control. What I would suggest to you is that Trump has never had control of the military. Nobody's obeying.
I'll disagree with that 100%.
Nobody. Even in the border, they're disobeying President Trump.
Oh, hold on.
Disobeying him.
Hold on a second, Jesse. Hold on.
I cannot believe what you're saying. We're seeing it with our own eyes.
What was the percentage of Border Patrol agents supporting Donald Trump's election?
It doesn't matter. Mayorkas have them in by the balls.
No.
Okay, to answer your question,
it does matter. It does matter because you're saying that Trump doesn't have the support of Border Patrol or the military. That's what you're saying. Okay. So what was the percentage of Border Patrol agents voting for Trump in 2020?
Probably, I would guess, from my experience, 80%.
Yeah, it was high. So that would show that he's being supported by the Border Patrol.
But they weren't Border Patrol. They were men who didn't do their job. They abdicated their responsibility. These are men who kept their job. If I was a Border Patrol agent and I let illegal aliens in my house, I just live a couple minutes away from the border. If I would have done that, I would have quit my job with extreme prejudice.
Again, we have to go back into the thing of where there was people in the Border Patrol agency that were being paid to do the deeds of the establishment and let these people come. That's why there's been some people that have been let go.
The entire department was on the pay. The entire department was on the payroll.
I don't put, I wouldn't say the entire department.
Country for a paycheck, Jimmy.
Not everybody.
Everybody who allowed illegal aliens in and cartels and
everybody who allowed yes, but what I'm saying as a whole, there's the whole 100% of the Border Patrol is not in cahoots with the establishment.
It was during the Joe Biden administration.
I disagree.
It's a valid point though, because this is a good question.
We saw it with our own eyes.
Yeah, exactly. Rosie says, if Trump was commander of the military, then who is responsible for the bad pullout of Afghanistan? That's a valid question too.
That's a good one.
That's a very good question.
Very good question.
That's a valid question, but like we said, with that withdrawal, it was done under the guise of the Biden presidency, correct? Yes.
Yes.
Can I add on to what Jesse was saying?
Do you win?
I want to back up what Jesse was saying.
Show. I gotta go feed the grandkids. You guys are rocking.
Is it this time?
But nobody loves you more. You're hitting so many things I agree with. And Gigi, you're always on fire. En fuego in Spanish.
Thank you. But I wanted to. You got a second? Wait a minute. Don't go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Germany and Britain are behind the Operation Spiderweb. It's been in the making for a year, so you're correct. And the two scumbags Lindsey Graham and Blumenthal went behind Trump's back, and Trump had no clue. They went to Ukraine and made a deal with Zelensky. So you're absolutely correct, Jesse, on those two. It was Germany and Britain. It's called Operation Spiderweb. And Germany just is sending over missiles to support the Ukrainian war. So I just wanted to support Jesse in his comment.
But you know, Jimmy, everything you say is true, but it's almost like we live in a mirror state. Mm-hmm. We have our government, and then we have a government who's acting rogue. So I kind of disagree with you as a conservative Republican, but I do agree with the premise that we're living in a shadow state. So you see the president, and then people disobey him. You see the judges who live in a judicial branch usurping the executive branch.
Yes, that's because these people have been caught in traps and they're being exposed for what they've been doing. And they're being exposed for continually supporting the deep state or establishment agenda. That's why when I tell people that this is a war, the only thing that people think about, most people, they think about bombs flying and missiles flying and everything being destroyed. That's what they think about.
Correct.
But this is a different type of war. This is fifth generation warfare. If you don't know what that is, look it up. Fifth generation warfare.
Me and Gilbert think it's a spiritual war, and that's how we always.
I agree with that too, but I don't agree with.
Satan runs the show.
I don't agree. No, I'm not even going to talk about the Bible and stuff because that's not what this is about.
Right.
But I don't
go there.
That's all right. You don't have to. He runs the show.
Okay, Jimmy, you're cool on that.
I don't buy that. Anyway, but what I'm saying,
you don't have to. I'm not selling it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But what I'm saying is if you're in a war, do you win every battle?
No.
So could Afghanistan, could that have been one of the wars that the deep state prospered in? Did they win that battle?
Lincoln had to go through all the generals before he found Ulysses S. Grant.
Exactly. He had to go, and that's exactly what Trump has done. And then we talked about in the 16-year plan where they wanted to, remove good guys from government, weaken command of the generals. And so...
General Milley.
Yeah,
Ruby, you're hugging the show like Kobe Bryant.
Well, no, because people ask me questions and I have to explain it.
Hey, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go cook for the grandchildren.
All right, Jess. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Love you guys.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
It's
Okay,
11:48.
sorry, my computer just glitched a little bit with that.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, I was trying to put a different background. Okay, there we go. Is everybody back on here?
I think everybody's back on. But it's very interesting.
I have another question when my turn comes up.
Go ahead.
Okay, I do recall you saying during that time frame that Biden is in Guantanamo Bay. Remember that? Remember you saying that, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've since learned that American citizens do not get sent to Guantanamo Bay, but I'm sure that if everything's all nefarious, they'll just do what they do. But that's just something I've since learned. Just thought I'd bring it up.
Yeah, if you committed to the, I guess the feedback's coming from Linda because I hear myself talking. If you've committed treason, you've become an enemy of the state. You become a prisoner. You're a treacherous person to the United States Constitution. Who has to uphold that? Military.
Yeah.
And so if he committed treason, he's foregone his rights as a citizen and now has become a prisoner of war. And the military can do what they want with that person. After trials and all that stuff. But yeah.
Okay. Interesting answer. That does make sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so yeah, I agree with both of you guys actually, because I do think that Biden was actually the president and that all of those failures are on him and his administration. I don't think that Trump was near any of it or that he didn't want to give up power or whatever, and he was just confident that he would come back. Like I was always confident that Trump was also confident that he would come back and he would fix things. But I do think everything is on Biden. All of those failures are on him, whether he's alive or not. Maybe it was an actor, but it's still his name, his administration, his failures.
Let me ask you, let me preface that a little bit. All of it was on Biden. Okay. That's what you believe. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What if we find out that the people the people responsible for doing all those things under the name of Biden were using the auto pen to push the agenda, and Biden had nothing to do with it?
I believe that.
So we could say that it was the establishment behind the scenes
That
running
used
all
him.
that and using him.
Yeah, they used him. Yeah, I believe it. I believe they used him. He probably wasn't all there mentally, but they used him.
I'm just trying to separate the Biden and the establishment. I'm just trying to separate those so people can see really who was the ones doing pulling strings.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a lot to think about, but regardless of who believes what, is still an issue. It's a problem and it's an issue, and the whole election was problematic. Like it was really disgusting and frustrating and angering to see that it was being stolen right in front of us. Whether you believe that or not, it was just too many instances in different states. It wasn't just one state, in different states where they were putting cardboards. You couldn't see what they were doing. The COVID forced the mail-in ballots. That was wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like there was lots of laws that were being broken, and it was just such a sham. It was a hot mess. It was a hot mess, and I felt like they were just, like let's just get married, forget about the wedding. Like it just felt like in shambles, and it felt like no planning, no like if it was fake. That's how it felt.
I tell you what, the children that go to high school in the 40s and 50s and 60s, when they're studying the history of 2020,
Exactly. Yeah.
it's gonna blow, because by that time, all this information will be out. Everybody will know, exactly what had happened.
Yeah, just like now we know what happened with JFK, but this is like 70 something years later.
I would like to add something about the election when that happened. I actually messed up on my thing to turn in. So there's a number to call. So I called them up and I said, I messed up here. What do I do? Can I just, slash it out, initial it, or what? And he told me to go down there. And then he told me how many days I would have to go down to the polling booth. And there was like a matter of 7 or 8 days. I'm like, what? So because of the pandemic, they spread out all these days as opposed to the usual one day that you go to turn in your, ballots. So there was that going on. So there should have been more time of counting the ballots, is what I'm talking about. It would have taken more time rather than just the first day, because it was open for more days so that people wouldn't be crowded together. Because whether you believe the pandemic happened or not, the idea was to keep the like that wave or whatever down so that too many people wouldn't get it at one time and then overwhelm the hospitals. Then the people at the hospitals would get it, and then they'd have to take off work or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to add that.
I appreciate that, Linda. My response to that would be this. I totally believe that COVID was used as the precursor to set up the steal for 2020. And the reason I say that is for exactly what you said. It created fear. People didn't want to be around each other. Oh, let's just mail your ballots and you can mail them back in. Let's open up the polling places longer. That gives them more opportunity to create ballots and create their cheating system or implement their cheating systems.
Right. Yeah. Like an excuse.
Yeah. So it was an excuse to that way they could have full control over, counting of the ballots. Ballots can be counted in one day. there's, that can be done.
That's
with
that's
blockchain.
my point. If different people came on different days, and Trump said he won, yet there were still more days for people to turn in their ballots, that does not add up.
Correct.
He said it too soon for what reality was that I was told by. Like, I called that number on my ballot thing to tell me how to fix that, and that's how I found out about having all those days.
Yeah.
So he said he won before people even got all their ballots in, or later the electric college elected. He said it too soon is what I'm saying. That's the point I'm saying.
Yeah.
After what I heard.
Well, see, the thing is, there's also information that Germany had that showed the real electoral votes that night. That was out for a little while. Then they scrubbed it from the internet. Some of us saved it.
How does that, I'm sorry to interrupt again, but how does that electoral college vote have anything to do with that day of election when this happens on January 6th? I'm kind of confused with.
I would just,
you know what I'm saying?
I would say in that situation, there's feedback. Go research the Electoral College and go look at why it was put into place, what it was designed for. Try to maybe go to PragerU. They're usually pretty good with constitutional stuff. PragerU is really good. See if they've got something on the Electoral College. I'm sure they do. But learn why it's important to have the Electoral College.
Yeah. Okay, so really quickly, moving on to a different subject, some of the videos that I haven't shown before, and this is in connection because Jimmy says, I mentioned, does anybody know about the Colorado terrorist attack? I guess that's okay. So Gigi, so that really happened recently, right? So I told Jimmy, we got to talk about that. That's crazy, right? And he said, well, I mean, I don't really pay attention to that kind of stuff anymore because those are false flags, right? And that's not the first time, we hear that. But it's still, for me, it's still important to talk about because it's not just the fact that it is a false flag or a psyop, whatever you want to describe it as. I think it's a bigger problem than even that.
Oh, yeah. It's deeper.
Yeah, it's deeper. It's even more important than just a false flag because this man, come to find out, that he was allegedly an illegal immigrant himself from Egypt or something, right?
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep. Egypt. Yep.
So, like, what the heck? So, another illegal comes into this country, starts burning people alive, literally, because they were protesting about something. I mean,
let me ask you this: you say about deeper. Let's look at the government right now as we see it. These representatives, and who are the ones that are defending illegal immigration?
The left wing.
All the crazy lefties.
And now you see something like this happen.
I dare say they're wanting a process to happen before they're sent away. They're wanting the due process, and they're claiming, as a left-wing person myself, that we believe anybody, not only citizens, but anybody deserves the due process.
Yeah,
that's what's happening, rather than they don't want illegal aliens being sent back, but they want the due process first. They expect it to be done in that way.
The arrests that are going on in Massachusetts, most of them are criminals, rapists, child abductors.
You can say all of that, and it may be true. But the fact is, what the left wing is fighting for is for each and every one to get due process. The person that murdered my friend when I was 16 was William Bonin. He was the freeway killer of LA. His ass got due process. He was a terrible person. He had a terrible childhood. It doesn't matter the criminal activity you do. It's anyone is supposed to get the due process. That's the argument from the left. It is not, I repeat, it is not a message of we want all the illegals to stay. Please do not represent us that way.
Okay,
that's just not the case.
No, we just want people to come in here legally. Is what
many of them have started to do everything legally, and in the middle of the process at this time, in the middle of the process for many of them now, it has been like they can't go any further. So now they're not like however far they've gotten, that's now ex-made, and now they're it doesn't count for anything. So now they're definitely illegal aliens. So ICE is going to be picking them up shortly. So there is some sabotage going on there.
I have two questions for you, Linda.
Yes.
When someone crosses the border illegally here into the United States, is that a violation of the Constitution and breaking the law?
From what I understand, yes. And when they get over the border, and they are usually, oh, I don't get to add anymore. Okay, no more clarity. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to ask you the second question to follow up. But so
from what I understand, okay, I thought you were giving me the. I'll wait for you.
Yeah, hang on a second. So there's feedback. That's why there's a delay or something, or what's going on there. I'm sorry. So yes, it's illegal to cross the border according to the Constitution. According to the Constitution, who are the only people that are allowed due process?
Anyone on this land.
No.
Is what I'm coming. Is where I'm coming from. That's the claim that's being stated. It's not saying only American citizens get to have due process, and those that are not American citizens don't get due process. That's what we're arguing against. It's that we're claiming that what's in writing is that anyone who is here deserves the due process. That might be what our disagreement might be standing as.
Because if you break the law, and that's already, you're breaking the law, that you should be punished for that. And you are not, the Constitution is set for who and by who? By the United States citizens to the government. We, the citizens, are telling the government, hey, this is what, you guys can and can't do. So the due process applies to the citizen of the United States, not anybody that's broke the law coming across the border.
That's where I'm in disagreement. And dehydrated nurse, you may have explained it to me. I'm still not getting it. I've expressed many times I have learning disabilities, and it takes me a while to get something, but I'm not totally discounting it. I'm just saying that this is a position I'm coming from. This is how I understand it now. You might explain it to me 3-4 times, and I might not get it until the 5th time. So saying you've already explained it to me, and I'm just like, I know you have, but I'm not getting it. Okay, I'm not trying to not get it. I'm just not getting it. Okay,
that's fair. It's a lot to take
anyways,
in.
I'm gonna mute.
Okay.
But I think I do understand where Linda's coming from, because let's say, for example, an illegal commits a crime here. Do they get that due process to go to court and get a sentencing and then get deported, or do they just get deported?
Do you know what's happening right now with some of the state? I think it was in California. There's a law that if the prosecution seeks judgment against an illegal alien, illegal immigrant, then at that point, yes, they would get due process because now it's in the court system. What's happening, though, some of these prosecutors are refusing to take the cases, which means if they're refusing to take the case, that person walks out. Guess who's waiting for them? ICE. That's happening right now.
It is, unfortunately.
And so ICE is getting them because the prosecution says we're not going to take the case, which means if they're not taking the case, then they're not getting due process, which according to the Constitution that the judges keep violating, it's supposed to be what the judges are drop the case, let ICE take them, send them back.
And in some cases, some of them aren't showing up on their court dates either. So, it's a difficult subject, really.
Okay, so that's one example, right? One that actually commits a crime. What if they never committed a crime? The only crime was that they crossed the border. Do they get the due process, or do they just get sent back?
I don't know.
How far did they leave? Like, did they just cross the border and then they just got caught right near
Right,
the
like if
fence?
you get caught without committing a crime, I think that's what Linda's trying to say, is that it doesn't matter what you do, everybody should get that due process. Whereas if they didn't even commit a crime, but they're getting sent back, there's no due process when it comes to
you know what I find funny about this argument.
I'm under the impression they come across the border, they see somebody, and then they get a slip of some sort that tells them when to go to court, and that starts their process.
but they never show up.
Right.
So they go looking for them, and then.
So you're telling me each and every person that went across the border got their slip. This is the way you can become a citizen, and they never show up. They just never show up.
I would say 85.
That's a tough one, but okay.
Yeah,
for me to take in.
Yeah, there's many examples
I don't
of
understand
it.
Linda either.
I was going to say one. Oh God, I was going to say something about crossing over.
And everything I've researched, it takes a good 10 years to go through each and every single process to become a citizen.
Wow, it's a long time.
Yeah, they need to. Let me ask you this:
how long does it take to get 21 million illegals out of this country at that rate?
Yeah. Why did
he might need to hire some more immigration judges and people to handle that load?
Why weren't these people vetted? Why wasn't the process to get into the United States? Why was it so easy for them to do that, but so difficult to make them leave, or to get them to leave? Why was that? I
don't know. I haven't been at any of their desks or offices to know what they do. I couldn't tell you.
So it kind of goes a little bit deeper, Linda, because we know that they use the illegal immigrant vote. They use that in their system. That's part of their cheating system. So they wanted to flood the country. This is what they're doing in England. This is what they're doing in Germany. They're flooding these countries to try, and that's where maybe next week this falls right into the color revolution. We need to talk about what the color revolution is, because it's what's happened here. So they want all these people in, but they want to make it difficult to get them out.
Yeah, that sucks. I don't like that.
Jimmy, did you hear that in the Netherlands today, the government failed because of illegal immigration?
Yeah. And do you know that there's illegal, and I heard this on the Right Report today, and it was up in New York. You guys can look it up. A 24-year-old illegal immigrant enrolled in a high school to pretend like he was 16 years old.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I saw that too.
Wow.
So
that's incredible, because he's 24. He must look young.
So get this. Remember when Tom Hooman was talking with Martha Raddatz, and she says, "What are you going to take ICE and take them into schools?" And he said, "If need be, would you not say that a 24-year, and it's not just a one-off event. They are going into our, and they weren't vetted. We don't know who these people are. And now they're in a school where children are. How do we know that they're not a child rapist?
Yeah, we don't know.
Oh, that's a very good question.
They didn't get vetted.
And I've heard rumors, and I'm not accusing, I've heard rumors that ICE is in fact like the Proud Boys. Can anybody confirm that? I don't know. I have not found anything to confirm this.
Yeah.
But they were all masked up, and and another thing that bothers me about that, if people with no identification can show up masked and everything, no identification showing these people, and they take them away, put them in another car that has no identification, why the F can't anybody else do this and the world be so desensitized to where it's okay? Like copycatters, you know what I'm saying? I'm furious about that. I'm absolutely furious about that.
During COVID, they weren't even vetted, medically.
Yeah. Allowed certain diseases to come into the country too. I get that, Linda. She wants everybody to be treated fairly, and I get that and all that. And I respect that. But this is a deeper issue than just what you're seeing on the surface. It goes deeper into, using up all the resources, harming and bankrupting cities, failed cities, to eventually get to a failed state, which would eventually get to a failed country. And you weaken the country by using all its resources on illegals.
Which is what Joseph was just talking about, yes?
So it's just, it goes deeper.
Okay, thank you.
You can just get legal, just my mom is an immigrant, so she's legal, I mean, what's the problem? Just,
Well, that legal immigration, I don't have a problem with.
No, I don't
right.
either.
Right. So that's
I
what I'm
have no
saying. Why
problem.
can't they just,
Yeah,
do
why
it
can't they
legally?
just do it? Well, that's all constitutional, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what have we learned about the establishment? How do they feel about the Constitution?
No, they don't care about it.
They don't care about it. So they're going to do whatever they want to do.
Mm-hmm. At the cost of us. You see, that's the problem. At the cost of the American people, because it ruins our economy. It ruins our jobs. It ruins our prospects for anything in life. If you have all these millions of illegals bombarding the border like that. So it's an invasion. You can't allow it.
And if you want to go a little further, this Colorado guy, guess where he conducted his little act at?
Where?
In a gun-free zone. Why is it that most of these different attacks and school shootings, why do they happen in gun-free zones?
Because there's no guns around to take them down.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't believe in gun-free zones. That should not exist in America. Like
if that dude in Colorado tried to pull that stuff off in Florida,
oh no, yeah, he'll be shot on sight. He wouldn't even get the second one off because they would already see the threat, shoot him, and wait for the sheriff to come and pick it up.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, it's sad. But okay, so just moving on, another topic really quickly because we talked about the Chinese and the farmland. So I saw this recently that Arkansas is the first state in the nation to force a Chinese state-owned company to give up its American land.
Good.
And that's why I mentioned it earlier, because I was like, I shouldn't be seeing a headline like that. Like, why were they even allowed to buy it in the first place? You see what I'm saying, Jimmy? This is what gets me upset, is that we should be on the offense. We shouldn't always be on the defense. Why was it even allowed to in the first place? That's me.
I get it. It just goes back.
Is not Trump buying land all over this world and putting in, golf places all over the different countries and stuff?
As a developer and a businessman, yes, he was. But he wasn't a government. He's not a government.
So this person that's the Chinese business.
It's the Chinese government that's purchasing land, especially farmland.
Okay, independent is different than the government.
It's farmland that they bought up a long time ago, and Sarah Huckabee is getting rid of them out of her state so the farmers could get back to work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what's problematic.
And Bill Gates purposely bought a lot of our farmland too, so he can slaughter a lot of our cattle. So we won't eat meat anymore.
Exactly. Why is he buying farmland? Like there should be some type of, I mean, I don't want to say regulations because I don't like the federal government like that to be getting into states' business, but there should be at least a investable interest or something, for somebody who wants to buy it. There should be a reason why they want to, like a questionnaire or something, like, okay, what do you plan on doing with this land? And then give a business plan or something. Like, you can't even get a business loan with any less than that. You know what I'm saying? But then they just let another country just purchase farmland for the fun of it. Like, I don't agree with it. It's very fishy, in my opinion. Okay, so now on the flip side, Jimmy, have you ever seen what the experience is like to cross to the Canadian border, like the US, the US to Canada? Because this woman, she posted this video, right, that we're gonna watch, and I don't know. Let's just watch it, and then you give me your thoughts about what it's like to pass the Canadian border.
Hello.
How many dogs?
2 dogs.
Where do you live?
In Washington.
Big state.
Puyallup.
Where are you headed now?
Anchorage, Alaska.
What's taking you up there?
I have a summer job at a campground.
What were you doing for work down here?
My last job was in Texas. I work seasonally. I was working as a gate guard in Texas.
Has anyone else stayed in the trailer with you in the last couple months?
No.
So you're aware of everything inside. Everything
Yes.
belongs to you.
Mm-hmm.
Both dogs are up to date on everything.
Yes.
Any fresh fruit, vegetables, raw meat.
No.
Any alcohol, tobacco, cannabis.
I have one Smirnoff.
Okay.
Like a
Been to
can.
Canada before?
I just took a cruise and we stopped in Victoria, but other than that, no.
And is this the first summer going up to Alaska, or you've done that before?
I was stationed there years ago, but I haven't been back there since 2012.
How many days do you figure to get through?
I think 8. I don't like to drive more than like 300 miles a day, so.
Yeah, fair enough. What's the first stop today?
Cache Creek area?
Firearms or weapons?
No.
Pepper spray, taser?
I have bear spray.
Bear spray is okay. Anything else for wildlife protection?
No.
Do you have any handguns in Texas?
I have handguns I left with my friend in Roy.
In Roy?
Yeah.
Where's that?
It's like half an hour from Puyallup, kind of in the middle of nowhere.
How did you guys discuss that?
He has a safe and just said I could store them there, and he's probably going to ship them for me, depending on.
Okay. Only
How do you
handguns,
go?
or was there like long guns as well?
I have just 2 pistols.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any chance of parts or pieces in either vehicle?
No.
Holsters, magazines, ammunition?
No magazines or ammunition. I might have one like belly holster,
Okay.
that I just didn't think to get rid of.
Yeah, fair enough. You guys concealed carry them for?
Yes.
For what states?
Washington and Florida.
Okay. What's his name that has the guns?
Jeremy,
Did you
Valley.
guys talk about it through text or something like, hey, Jeremy?
No, I was actually staying with him
Okay.
for about a month when I was back, and we were fixing up the trailer and the truck and everything.
Okay. And then you just turn that time aside to do that?
Yes. Yeah, I had. I was trying to bring them. I filled out the form, but the barrels are too short. I
Okay,
guess.
so they would be prohibited, I guess?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Did you contact like the chief firearms officer to see the get it out, or you figured it
I
out
had
on your own?
called and they sent me the right form and filled it out and sent it back, and then it said they were prohibited, so I did more research and saw that the barrels were too short, which I'm assuming is the reason.
No? Well, so if you actually did some research, so I'm happy to hear that. Drive safe.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Uh-huh. So what are your thoughts about that, Jimmy?
Okay, so one, the woman was very respectful. She knew everything. She had no problem answering the guy's questions. You could tell she was just truthful, and if more people would do that instead of, why you gotta ask me all these questions and blah 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 blah. It's my okay. That was cool on her part. I liked the vetting process. I liked everything he was asking. There was nothing bad at all. And I imagine if that was happening at the border and these people were getting vetted the way she got vetted, that would have been awesome. So yeah, that was cool. Look up, when you go into other countries, try getting into North Korea, try getting into Germany, what happens to people who break the law and cross borders illegally. Look what those countries do
Oh yeah.
compared to what we've been doing, and tell me which is worse. I mean,
Those are totalitarian regimes.
yeah. Try sneaking into Germany,
Yeah.
Russia, China.
Nah, I'm good.
Why are we the only country besides England, besides countries that are being controlled by NATO? Why are the NATO countries allowing their borders? Why is that happening?
Yeah, I'm okay. So you see, I'm torn on this because I agree with what you just said, Jimmy. Right? I agree with that. It was great. Asking a million questions. That means a serious border to me. To me, they were serious about their border. They cared about it.
Yeah.
He was doing his job correctly. He was really doing his job, right?
Yeah.
But on the other side of me, I was like, you don't need to give that much information. Nobody needs to know where your guns are at. Like the very first question where she said, no, I don't have any guns or anything. That should be enough for you. And if you want to check the vehicle, but I'm not going to tell you where my stuff is.
Well, it's Canada, so it's a different country that they play by different rules.
Well, I think she was a little too forthcoming is what I mean. It's like, I wouldn't even give information, first of all. And I guess that's just the Americana in me, because that's nobody's business.
She just had nothing. I just felt like she had nothing to hide.
No, it's good. It's great. But what I'm saying is, if you go to a different country and they are grilling you like that, right? And you're just a tourist, you're legal, you're not doing anything illegal, then why are they interrogating you as if she's, information that you don't need to know?
Have you ever gone into another country and gone through immigration?
No. So that's another thing, because now I'm realizing if it is indeed like that, I would never leave the United States of America.
When we left
another country.
Yeah, when we left and we went to Japan, now I was young then and it was all military stuff, so I don't remember it too much. I know we had to wait in the airport for a long time. I do remember that. But I also traveled to Israel back in the late 90s. And oh my God, the immigration process, or not the immigration, but just the visa, what's it called? Passport. We go through all the passport stuff. To do all that, wow, it's like jumping through hoops. And you're in a position to where you're like, holy shit, I better tell the truth. I'm not trying to hide anything. Whatever you want to know, I'm telling you. That's how it felt.
What I liked about this video of for the Canada thing is that this didn't look like her first rodeo. Like she even sounded like she had done research and was more than willing to answer each and every question, no hesitation. And even though I couldn't hear each and every word that was said, she was ready for it and more than fine with answering anything he asked. And I thought, that was cool.
Yeah. That's good on her part. That's great. But I was just thinking like, oof, this is way too much questioning. A lot of information that you don't need to know. Like I wouldn't be giving that much information. But then, you see how that's a surface level thing? Now let's go a little bit deeper. I also have an issue with the TSA. Why are they looking through our bags? Why are they looking at our IDs? Why are they patting us down? Why are we taking off our shoes?
From 9/11.
Yeah.
And then the bombs that were used, they used some forms of liquid that was in the heel of someone's shoe. It's because of the history of what has happened with these flights in the past.
That's the excuse, in my opinion. Was terrorism.
That's the whole reason we're supposed to get a real ID and passports right now, or otherwise we can't fly. This thing now, it's been taking 20 years to make it happen.
The whole thing with the TSA after 9/11, 9/11, which we've established, I've established as being a false flag operation. And every time you have something like that happen, oh, lo and behold, we lose a little bit of our constitutional rights.
And freedom.
And freedom.
Because that's what it meant to be free.
And and the TSA and all that was set up by the establishment, by the deep state, to take more rights away from Americans. That's it. Bottom line.
The federal government.
That makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah. The federal government and the Patriot Act, which was George Bush Jr. after 2001. These are excuses.
So now look at how the this is good. Look at how the American citizen is being treated at TSA. Compare that to how an illegal coming across the border free and clear. Nothing happens.
Yeah, nothing.
Right.
That's true.
So who would want that to happen? Who would want to see the citizens suffering and allowing the illegals just to walk in? No checking their bags, no nothing, no vetting.
No medical check to make sure
no medical check.
Going to a different country. None of it. And that's why if I can't even travel through states in the airplane like that, you would never catch me in another country. Like I would never even do it because I'm not going to play the game in my own country. Why am I going to play it over there? And that's why that's probably why I would never take an airplane ever again.
Don't fly into Canada.
Never. I would never.
I would love to see these folks that are supporting illegal immigration or giving, whatever stance that may be. I'm trying to be sensitive, but compare that to how the American citizen is being treated through the TSA, through taxation, through medical tyranny, through all the stuff that the citizen goes through. Where's the outrage for the American citizen? And why is it always for somebody that's not an American citizen?
Which is why I brought it up. Yeah, go ahead, Fallen. Yep.
I just want to say, I've traveled and going to the Philippines with my family. We had our suitcases. So yeah, we went through TSA. They, pat us down and stuff. I mean, I feel like growing up, I'm used to it. I know that I'm not hiding anything that's bad. I'm a good person. So it's I just never really thought it was weird that they look through my stuff because I understand that there's some people that bring things to harm other people. But I guess for me, I didn't question, oh, why am I being patted like so much? And like, why are you looking through my stuff? I guess I felt like it was just normal.
How old are you, Fallen? I mean, I hate to ask a woman that, but how young are you?
It's okay. I'm 29.
So 29. So you never got to experience what it was like flying before 2011 or 2001.
2001, right?
You never experienced.
I've never experienced what it was like to fly before 2001. Yeah.
Okay. So for someone like me, you wouldn't have understood the right that was taken away from the American people and our freedom of travel.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Like,
And so-
like going through the airport without being patted down, like the freedom.
You're too
we go-
young. Yeah, you're too young.
So here's the point that I'm trying to make. Remember, I've told you guys that the deep state establishment, they've been playing a long game here, and they want people to forget what their rights were.
Exactly.
So I'm here trying to say, hey, we had rights before 2001. This is what they were. You guys don't have it. See, then once we die off, and maybe that age group didn't listen, and they just kept saying, oh, well, this is just normal. That is them being able to impose tyranny on people, baby steps at a time. So there'll be a freedom that you have. And if they were allowed to be in power, there's a freedom that you have right now that could be taken away. And then your 29-year-old friend in the future will be like, well, this is just normal.
And yeah, it's not. And you don't know it because you're too young. And that's the problem. We're conditioned because we were born into it, thinking that that's normal when it's not.
Exactly.
And that's why I wanted to bring that up, and I wanted to show the video. That's how Canada does it. If anybody has ever taken an airplane, you already know how it is. And I remember when I used to travel a lot, I used to have a a Florida State ID with a North Carolina address. And they were like, how the heck did you get this? Like, they thought it was fake. And I was like, no, it's definitely real. I guess they just made a mistake because I just got replacement online. So I always got a second glance. But since I was a 17-year-old girl, they didn't think anything of it, and they would just let me go. And I used to always think, even when I was 17, I was like, wow. So just because I was a female, I was 17, I was little, I don't look like a threat. I don't look dangerous. A simple question was just like, okay, go ahead, you can go. But you did all that pat work. You made me take off all my stuff. But when something was legitimately weird, it was okay. You said, all right, go ahead. So I was like, no, this is it's fake to me. It's all fake.
Wow.
And I don't that's why I don't take planes anymore. I boycott everything I don't agree with. I will not spend $1 or a dime to do any of it. I will travel at my own free will, where I want to go, how I want to go. I will not be asking questions. Even taking guns across state lines. That's another issue.
You can't do that.
Why not? This is
They
the
won't-
country.
They won't allow that in Massachusetts. You can't.
Yeah, there's certain states that don't allow it. That's another problem for me.
And and the states that don't allow it, who's running that government?
I have no idea. We don't have a good governor in our state, so I don't know.
It's either going to be a Democrat or a rhino.
Exactly. And that's when I started noticing. That's when I started waking up to all of these things, because I had a problem with it, and I'm not even a gun owner yet. Like, I was just flying for recreational things, and I had a problem with it. Imagine real people, real people that have a say in this country, and they're okay with it. Now,
imagine if they were able to get away with getting the guns away from America. Let's say 5 years, hypothetically speaking, 5 years from now, they confiscate all the guns.
Yup.
And then our kids know nothing about the Second Amendment. They don't know why it's there, what it's for. And so they just think it's normal.
No, exactly. Oh my God, that would be crazy.
This is, I mean, and you just look at the way they try to manipulate everybody's minds. They do it with Hollywood and desensitizing morals. What was scandalous on TV in the 60s was nothing in the 90s. It's nothing now. They've desensitized us to morals. They've desensitized us to our constitutional rights.
Exactly. So, can we take it a few steps further? Why do we wear seatbelts? That's another law. I always talk about the speed limits.
Wait.
They bother
Safety,
me.
I guess. Safety.
Are you talking about the seatbelts in the back?
I'm talking about seatbelts in general because back in the day, like my grandparents, they didn't even have seatbelts in the cars that they made back then.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember back when I was a child, me and my cousins, we would jump on the back of the truck with my granddaddy, and here we are in the back of a pickup truck, in the bed of a pickup truck, going down country roads, jumping hills. We're jumping inside the back of the pickup truck.
Yes.
Or,
you see my problem here? You see where I'm going with this? Once again, even with the speed limits, there was an excuse for that. And then there was an excuse for seatbelts. And then there was an excuse for permits and driver's licenses and
what was COVID all about? Oh, we need to be safe. We need to protect.
yeah.
That's the tactic they use.
The same one, but for different laws, and they slowly
Exactly.
take away your freedom with it.
Absolutely.
And I think that those are miniature versions of a false flag, so that people get afraid and they say, "Oh yes, we do need seatbelts. We need to be safe."
That's exactly what they do.
And now it's normal to wear seatbelts.
And they do it. They just do it a little bit here, a little bit there. It's like the income tax. Originally,
Exactly. Yeah, this is funny. JG says, "Damn, girl, you're turning into a lawbreaker." But you see, they weren't laws back then about this.
Exactly.
They made those laws to control us and what we do, how we drive, a lot of things. And you see, this is why that's my version of Make America Great Again. That's my version. It's like literally going back to before all these laws were put in place to take away our freedom. But I have a question for you, Jimmy.
Okay, I got a thought on that too.
Go ahead with the thought, because my question might take us somewhere else.
And we can take it even to another small. Think about, you got to have a license to go fishing.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's weird.
A license to go fishing.
Yep.
I mean, you can get away with that first off.
Well, yeah, you can get, but okay, so then you have to have a license to collect rainwater in certain places.
Exactly. That's stupid.
Excuse me? I'm not
Everything
gonna
they do.
remember this because if I have to survive, I will fucking survive. So I'm not sorry.
I have to have a license to be able to have my squirrel and my possums.
Get out.
You guys are doing too much. All right, I'm leaving.
I'm just saying, you got to have a license for all that stuff. Why? Money.
Exactly. Look at that. Even the car seats. Rosie has a good point. Yep, the car seats. It's all an industry, and it is to make money, and it is control. There's a lot of things that are combined to take away our freedom, right? So, Jimmy, this was my question for you. We had a little debate, like me and my husband. We're talking about rights versus freedoms. Can you, in a nutshell, describe what the difference is between a freedom and a right? Like, what is a right?
I think they can be used synonymous. And the reason I say that is because I have a right to bear arms.
Okay.
Or it could be a cause and effect thing. Because I have a right to bear arms, I have the freedom to do that. I have the right to be able to say whatever the hell I want to say, which gives me the freedom to do that. So I think they can be used, in my opinion, off the top of my head, I think they can be used as a cause and effect.
Okay, really quickly, this is what the internet says. What is a right? A right is a legal, social, or ethical principle of freedom or entitlement that defines what is allowed or owned to individuals according to a legal system. Okay, so that's a right, right? Now I'm going to say, what is a freedom? So, Jimmy, before I give a definition, what is a freedom?
To me at the moment, it would be the effect that I'd be able to experience because of rights that were legally set in place by the Constitution.
Okay, so this says freedom is the power or right to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint.
Yeah, I think it's a cause and effect thing.
Okay, so that makes sense. Now, So the reason why I asked this is because a lot of people say that we have the right to something, right? Like the example that you gave, right? Whereas I say, no, you don't have that right. So, okay, so a good example would be somebody would say everybody has a right to free healthcare. That's just one example, right?
Okay.
Do you have a right to it?
Where is that legally written down?
Okay, thank you. So that would also be my like a response that I would give. Whereas, do you have the freedom to receive like free healthcare or healthcare?
If it was in place, yeah.
Okay, because I think you do have the freedom, but it's not going to be free.
Right.
But I don't think you have a right to it.
It's like this. I have the right to say whatever the hell I want to say, but I don't have the freedom to go into a movie theater and yell fire because I'm harming other people if I did that.
Okay, but even if you did that, it's illegal, but you can still do it. You have the freedom to do that. You don't have the right to do that.
Well, that's inciting fear in the public. So
right. So legally, that's a right. So you don't have the right to do that, and that's why you would get punished for that.
okay,
right?
I see where you're looking at there. Okay, yeah. So I'm sure it's a law. Yeah.
Yes,
So, yeah.
because it's an illegal sense. Because you do have the freedom to do it. You can do it right now, but you'll get arrested, right?
But you're gonna
right?
You're gonna reap the consequences.
Okay, so I think those are the things that sometimes people get confused with. And until you start realizing the differences, then you will start understanding the way that the right or the left uses these types of phrases, and people don't really understand what that really means.
Exactly.
In my opinion, because I hear on the left side, right of healthcare, or you have the right to education, or you have the right to certain things, and I'm like, no, you don't. You don't have. So another example: do you have the right to public education? Is
no.
Like, no, I don't really think you have the right to that. You don't have the right to be given free public education.
No, it's not in the Constitution.
Okay, so that's another good example. So this is what we were kind of arguing about, because he said something to the effect of it's a right, and then blank space, put whatever you want. And I said, no, you don't have that right. You may have the freedom to do that, because back in the day they had schoolhouses and the community mothers would teach, but that wasn't a right that you should just be giving to anybody.
Yeah, this is why that if we ever lived in a perfect world where we actually were going by the Constitution, that I feel like being a president would be pretty easy, actually, because all I'd have to do is like, is it in the Constitution? No, we ain't doing it.
And it would be a very different America. It would not.
Oh yeah. I mean,
not be like the way it is.
Oh, so I can't do that because it's not in the Constitution. It would be so easy. You got the rule book right there.
I have a question.
Exactly. So good point. You see, Lisa says, but they force you to go to school till you're 16. You see what I'm saying? Another control. And if you don't go to school, your parents go to jail. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that is what bothers me. And so once again, as I like to boycott the system, that's why I homeschool my kids. It's like, I want complete control. The citizen, the individual citizen, should have complete control and sovereignty over their own kids, their own land, their own choices. Like literally everything should be so individual. And America would be such a different place. And that's what I mean when I talk about my politics.
Yeah,
that's the kind of America that I'm talking about.
Linda had a question, I think.
I just wanted to bring up the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So beyond the Constitution, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it will talk about freedom of religion. You have the right to this, that, and the other. Matter of fact, you have the right to change your religion, which a lot of people don't realize. So we actually have the right to be an apostate according to freedom of religion, Article 18. So like what you were talking about, Ruby, rights and freedoms, you'll see it interchanged really well. There's 30 of those human rights in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which can be found at the United Nations. And Eleanor Roosevelt did a tremendous job putting that together and speaking to all kinds of leaders and to get everybody negotiating with everybody to agree with it. She actually got a standing ovation because of that task of putting together that Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Yeah, she was great, Eleanor.
I'm not doubting what she did. You know, some of the things in there that they have good points. You know, you said that in that Universal Declaration of Human Rights, you have the right to be an apostate. Okay, so so speaking, you also have that in the Constitution. Freedom of religion.
That's another point. Is I don't feel the need to have a universal declaration of rights that we already know we have, which is in the Constitution already.
And here's the other thing that I'll point out there, because of the way that I feel about the establishment and different organizations like the World Economic Forum, the CDC, all these organizations, I feel the same way about the UN. I think the UN was set up by these folks that wanted to have the New World Order. I think it was set up to do that. I mean, look at what Watchtower did. Oh, they were bad in the beginning, but in the 90s they switched up and the UN's not so bad. You know? Right. So they teamed up with them. And so anything that comes out of the UN, I look at it as being information coming out from the New World Order to try to impose. Some of the things that they'll say sound really good, but as an American citizen, I don't have to. I stick to the I'm not beholden to that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's
just too bad, but your choice. I hear you.
Yeah, no, I think that's also a control mechanism on a universal level is also to bring other countries into what we want them to agree to. So I would just
deep state. That's the deep global state, the United Nations.
Yep.
And even the least nation before it, that's about globalism. United Nations. We are a sovereign nation. We don't have to be a part of some global organization.
Correct.
I agree with that as well, because
would one have to be part of a global organization to become knowledgeable of their human rights? I mean, there's 30 of them. Wouldn't you maybe like to see what they are? And I don't know.
I've seen some of them.
That's a good thing. I don't think of that. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I don't know. I feel like it's getting poo-pooed on, and to me, it's just wow. When I grew up in this Watchtower, I had no clue I had any rights. When I grew up in this Watchtower, I didn't know what a boundary was. You know what I'm saying? So it's a huge thing for me. These 30 human rights that are, at the UN. But I hear what you're saying about, yes, the UN does have a lot wrong with it, but I think the human rights are a pretty awesome thing. But that's just my opinion,
The only way for these people to gain control is to make what they're selling sound good and like it's going to help the people. I mean, you look what they did with CV. They told everybody, hey, put a mask on. It's going to save this. Oh, social distance, do this. None of it scientifically proven to be accurate or correct or worth a damn.
Are you comparing that to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights?
The point that I'm making is, there's feedback again, damn it. The point I'm making is they'll put stuff out to make it sound good, like it's for the safety and well-being of individuals, just so that they get people to buy into what they're trying to really do, which is to take control. That's why
kind of like a front to get you into something else that's nefarious.
Yes. Watchtower told everybody, oh, you're going to live forever in paradise earth. Oh, you're going to see your dead loved ones. You're going to see all this great. Oh, that sounds great and wonderful. Let me do that. Yeah. Next thing you know, you're in an effing cult.
Right. So this is kind of how I see it. Is like once you have to start adding to something that we already have, like the Constitution or the Bill of Rights that we already have, then there's an issue. You should be able to interpret what we already have and not even change that. I don't agree with like amending things or changing anything. You already have the Bill of Rights. You already have the Constitution. You don't need nothing else as an American. Now, when you're talking about the world, when I like heard about the, how she just described, how you just described, Linda, the universal human rights, in my mind, that's another controlling mechanism to control other countries and what we want them to accept as rights. So, for example, there may be countries that don't allow women to drive, or they have like religious laws or something like that, like Middle Eastern laws. And now we're telling them what to do. We're telling them to change their laws, or to do something that goes against their culture or their religion or their
Right.
way of controlling their country.
Correct.
That's how I see it. It's like, no, we shouldn't be telling
That's
them
why
what
I
to do.
mentioned that she went to all of these countries to talk to the leaders and negotiated with them. It wasn't her sitting there and deciding how all these other countries should behave and act. She actually negotiated with, and that was like in the 40s too. So a lot of things have changed. I'm sorry, Joseph. What did you say?
Trump's last visit to the Middle East just reversed all that. He just said, "You guys have your own culture, your own laws. We're not going to interfere with that at all."
And I would love to see a list of the countries that she went to go visit. And I would like to match that up with countries that are part of NATO, part of the EU, part of a, communist leadership situation, like Brazil. I would like to see the list of the countries she went to and compare that to where those countries stand politically.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because even if she did do that, right? Let's say she had good intentions, even if that were true, she is representing America, right? We are kind of like the bully of the world, in my opinion. So even if they didn't want to agree, but they kind of felt pressure to do it anyways, that's coercion in my opinion. And maybe, let's say, for example, what if a country didn't want to do it, but then they would look bad around the world for not doing something as good as, she's presenting the like universal human rights. That would look bad on them, and they probably just did it to look good. That doesn't mean that they're actually doing it. So you see how like my brain kind of goes down every little rabbit hole.
Well, and then you look at the money. You always go back to the money. Were these countries being bribed to get involved with the UN? Were they promised stuff monetarily?
Maybe.
Yeah,
and then there's a lot of stuff.
Okay, you give me $100 billion and I will go out and publicly say the UN is the greatest organization in the world and we're glad we're a part of it.
Right. Endorsing it. Yeah, endorsing it.
And I'm not even endorsing the UN. I'm simply endorsing the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Just that on its own.
I get that.
Yeah.
And you got to understand, Eleanor Roosevelt, that was a different time era. Things were different back then. It's not corrupt and rotten like it is today. And the UN was set up as a peacekeeping organization back then. I mean, they had...
Were they?
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Back then, yeah. Today is a different story. I mean,
Very true. Very true.
Bad and rotten. I was born in 1950. Things were different. Families were, we had a family unit. Everyone went to church. Things were a lot different than they are today.
Society was different, but I think the deep state was still in full force back then.
Society, generations. When I was growing up, things were different. We had values, morals, and we didn't have to lock our doors. We could stay out late at night. We didn't have to worry about a lot of pedophiles that you have to deal with. Crime wasn't that high when I was growing up. Today, it's a whole different world today. And
yes, that's true.
So, back then,
I'm inspired to do the studies and be able to teach on that whole Eleanor thing, what you guys are talking about. Now I'm inspired. Thank you. Because I do want to dig deeper than I already know.
I loved Eleanor Roosevelt. I thought she was a wonderful woman.
Yeah, I don't know, because we have to look into the context of that year, the politics of that year. It's like going back in time, and I would really, with my awakened mind, I would.
Evil back then. We didn't have all this evil stuff.
No, like I said, it was good intentions, most likely, but like Jimmy says, they want to convince you that it's all nice and dandy, but it probably had a ripple effects, or it was to control through the back door. or anything. Like I do not trust this government so much
Well, you had
that I wouldn't
greed
doubt that
and
something happened back then too.
yeah, a lot of greed kicked in, and evilness and power, and people wanting to control you today. We didn't have a lot of that when I was younger.
And I think what folks are starting to realize is they're starting to understand the playbook of what these people do to take over nations, take over, just take over in general. And if you look back in history, you can, and that's why they say history repeats itself, because they're repeating their plans over and over again as generations go on. They were in it for the long haul. That's why Fallen said, "Hey, I just thought this was normal, getting pat down."
Yeah.
What's to say what's going to happen 40, 50 years if they were in control? So I understand that, they always say something that sounds good. What's that? I think it was Benjamin Franklin. How did he put it? I think it was the people that give up liberty for safety. Yeah. The people that give up liberty for safety deserve neither.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
How does that fall into human rights?
Because if I'm giving up my liberty and freedom to do something that's not listed there, but it's listed in the Constitution, then I have a problem with it.
Like
skydiving? Well, if you join some outside organization, you automatically are giving up some of your rights to be a member of that organization. Take, for instance, EU. When the EU was established, every Western European country had to give up their money. And it was controlled by the oligarchs or the elites in Belgium. And what happened? Germany lost a lot of its wealth because other nations spent their money because it was issued out by the heads of the EU.
Correct.
And a lot of countries used that money foolishly and went bankrupt. One in question, Greece.
I would like to ask Linda this question. Can you find for me in that 30 things that you mentioned that's not already in the United States Constitution? And the reason
I'll do my homework on that. Yeah.
The reason I ask that is because me and Ruby have both said we just follow the Constitution. So if those rights are in that UN and they're already in the Constitution, then we would support whatever those rights were.
Well, we have inalienable.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Sure. That sounds like a good thing of research to do. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
Well, we do have inalienable rights.
That's another topic. We're gonna have to do that next week because it's almost already 1 a.m.
Well, let me say something.
Thank you, Joseph, for bringing that up.
Something?
Go ahead, Fallen.
Go ahead.
I want to say about how Jimmy mentioned about like our safety and like affecting our freedom, basically, like. Because that's the whole point of what I understood when I was going through the airplanes is that it was our safety because of ever since what happened in 2001. So like in the Philippines, when I used to live there, we could just ride on top of jeepneys and ride in the back of like, tricycles without a seatbelt and stuff. So yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a freedom to ride on whatever transportation, whether it's an elephant or something without a seatbelt.
Exactly.
Like I agree with that. I feel like those are part of culture, and America has kind of take away that culture of
exactly. And those are called the God-given rights, like what Joseph was saying. You don't need a right to do what you want to do in your own country if it's not breaking the law. You don't need permission to do that. It's called freedom. You have the freedom to do that. So
what did Hitler do in Germany?
That's what I was getting ready to say, Joseph. I
Can
was
we
getting ready
just
to say, what was the phrase given to the people who were put on those trains? It's for your safety.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so I just wanted to really quick before we wrap it up because we gotta wrap it up. But
Yeah, it's 1:00.
after Jimmy just said something. Oh, that if it wasn't in the Constitution already, that we would agree with it, right? I would even go a step further, and I would say I would agree with it to the extent of our borders to American citizens. I would not agree to extending those human rights to the rest of the world. It
Yeah,
is. It
yeah,
is.
because
Then it wouldn't be universal. It would simply be the U.S. human
Well, yeah,
rights.
it would just be the Bill of Rights that we already have. It wouldn't be universal. So I would say that I would agree with it within our borders, not universally, because I believe it is the responsibility of those countries to have or make what we have. If they want a Bill of Rights or if they want a constitution, it's their responsibility to do that with their own government, with their own voting mechanisms. They have a responsibility to their people to do that. We shouldn't be extending our version of what rights and freedoms are to the rest of the world. So I just wanted to add that.
and you just got to look at who was controlling the UN, what agenda would they want, what agenda are they trying to push. You got to dig deeper into things and figure out why are they doing that.
Yep. And I think that's just another way of pushing Americanism on the world when they don't want it. It's like, why are we in their country? Why do we have bases in their country? Why do we invade their countries? Why are we pushing our laws or our morals on their country? Why are we pushing, I don't know if they're pushing maybe religion, but like, why are we pushing religion in their countries? You see, it's like a whole scope of things that I don't think we should be anywhere else in the world but our own country.
That's
those
right.
are all real. The real cons are doing
Yeah.
that. That's what it is. It's
Yeah.
all part of the plan.
So many layers to the onion, folks.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm glad we talked about that today so that I can just refer this video to most of my stances, because that's where it kind of starts for me. That's the foundation for me. So when I'm looking at my world, like worldview of how I see things, I'm shaking my head most of the time because I'm like, no, I have that freedom. I don't have to answer your questions. I don't have to wear a seatbelt. I don't have to do lots of things that we would probably get a ticket for, or they will arrest you for it. Like, it's crazy to
Right.
me. So
That's how I feel. I'm
yeah.
lucky that I was raised in the Philippines for a little bit because it really opened my eyes to freedom, true
Right.
freedom. Even though, I mean, my family there lived in the province area, countryside, where you see all the grassland, the rice land, and you see a volcano in the back. It's just in the neighborhoods, you see all the people in the neighborhoods playing, like kids playing in the street. You see
Mm-hmm.
adults just watching their kids. But here, when I'm in the suburbs, it's so quiet, but like everybody's walking on the sidewalk. You can't, I mean, it's just a different freedom here. It's a way different freedom here. It's
Yeah.
more
Mm-hmm.
controlled freedom here, but I do feel free here to a certain extent. I feel
Mm-hmm.
incredibly what's it called? Like, I feel like I'm wearing a seatbelt every day.
Mm-hmm.
So like, yeah, it's a different freedom here, and it makes me want to go back to the Philippines, to be honest.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I sometimes feel like that
But
too.
I do
Yeah.
like it here
Well,
sometimes, I'm half American, half Filipino, so I'm a little like, I love my
Mm-hmm.
American side, I love my Filipino side, and then I just create my own culture basically in my own household.
Exactly. Individualism, which I'm really big
Yeah.
on.
yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you guys for joining. Thank you,
Thank
Fallen.
You
you.
Thank
wanna
you, Linda. Thank you,
you wanna give
Jimmy.
folks a quick closing statement
Oh, sure. If
on,
anybody has one,
tonight's subjects.
yes.
If-
So if anybody has one, go right ahead.
Well, I just
Oh,
want to talk.
sorry.
I think the program is falling in line with the 16-year plan that we all talked about, and now we are progressing into a republic, getting away from being a corporation. And the next thing is to get rid of the Federal Reserve because our debt is inflated. It's an imaginary number.
Yep.
That's true.
Yep.
And once we get rid of that, we'll be completely make America great again.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I agree with you. Fallen, did you have something?
I just want to say some good news on my life. Like I said, I attended a AA meeting earlier, so I've been doing that lately. So there's that.
Good.
But
Good
they
for
don't have.
you.
I've never been to an AA meeting in the Philippines, so I don't even know if they have one there. At least where I used to live. So this is nice in America, like having that.
Good.
Very cool.
Congratulations.
Yes. All right. So thank you to Fallen, Linda, Joseph, Gigi, Gail, and who
Good
else?
night.
And Jesse. Yes, thank you so much.
I
And
have
Jimmy too.
I have a closing statement for
Oh,
tonight.
that's right. Sorry, Jimmy.
Go ahead,
Whoa.
Jimmy.
I almost
Yeah,
forgot about Jimmy.
we didn't get Gigi's closing statement or Linda's.
I'll say something.
Okay, go ahead.
I just think it's wonderful that we all have different subjects that we can discuss. And, we may not agree with each other, but the bottom line is we have respect for each other, and being respectful is very important to me. And
Absolutely.
I like listening to what everybody has to say. I may not agree with everybody, but it's can be educational, this show, and I appreciate Jimmy and Ruby for their hard work and research that they do to get this show on the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi.
Thanks, Gigi.
Linda, any final comments?
I agree with everything Gigi just said. Ditto. That was just perfect. Yes.
Thank you, Linda.
All right, so I'll make mine. Guys, I know that I say a lot of things that just sound off the wall. They sound crazy. But I don't mean it, and I get passionate about it because I've been learning this stuff. So if I ever come across as being argumentative or demean, I do not mean that one bit. I'm not that type of person. It's just I'm so passionate about all the research that I've done, and it's always been I've taken my oath seriously to try to bring good news or bring the truth, bring good news to you guys, and in time, some of the stuff that I say, track record's been pretty decently, things have happened. I've said stuff. Now, will that happen on everything? Probably not. But I really believe that we are headed to a better America, and a better world, in fact. And I don't think people really understand the evil, the true evil that we've been facing, basically worldwide for a period of time. And imagine what life would be like. We don't need, the paradise or whatever Watchtower promised, but imagine if everybody just weren't in control, or the deep state wasn't in control and infiltrating all these, and we got to live life the way it's supposed to be, to have a taste of true freedom, because we haven't had that.
No.
And so
I know we need to have jitneys here and tricycles and shit, and we need to ride on top of the roof of cars these days. Like, what the fuck?
So what I'm saying is I see a brighter future ahead for all of us, financially, health-wise. There's so much stuff that's been hidden from us that would help humanity reach a different level of consciousness in the way we interact with each other. So that's why I don't ever get stressed out over things, because I just see a lot of good things coming down the road.
Don't let her be happy.
Jimmy.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jimmy. Because if it wasn't for Jimmy, 50%, I probably would have a lot more hate coming my way if it wasn't for Jimmy kind of keeping me here in between the rails, because I know that I would agree with what Jimmy said, because I know that a lot of things that I say, maybe 95% of the things I say, people may have an issue with, and that's okay. But I'm okay with being completely honest with my stances and talking about them, because I don't think I'm the only one either that's out here with the same type of stances or beliefs or whatever that may be. And I want to show kind of what you call it, like no fear, like no fear onto saying something that may be unpopular. Like, don't be afraid to say something, go against the narrative or the black sheep or something that may come across the wrong way. Don't be afraid to say those things. Like, you should say those things, because I used to be afraid of those things. I used to like bottle up a lot of those feelings about politics and stuff like that, and I would just keep it to myself. And I wouldn't feel good afterwards because I love politics so much, but then I felt like I couldn't talk about it, or else I would be, dragged on the internet or something. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of why I do this too, is to show the no fear aspect on saying something, as outrageous as I may say something, or as crazy as it may sound or look. It's just a conversation,
an opinion.
No debate here, no argument. It's just a conversation, and just to discuss these things and get you thinking.
You couldn't do that
Well, on that note, good night, everybody.
Yeah.
I thought we'd be done. Hey, y'all want to know something?
Yeah.
Keep it going.
A lot of planning didn't go in tonight. I didn't know what we were going to talk about tonight, but it always has a way of.
I told you, Jimmy. I don't think we would ever have. We would not run out of things to say, because I will come out with the next thing and the next thing and the next thing, and I will keep you rolling.
We're just too smart for our own good. That's why.
Yeah. Well,
we appreciate you, everybody. Thank y'all all so much for tuning in with us. I appreciate you guys. I really enjoy doing this. So thank y'all.
All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you to everybody in the chat and who joined the stream. Bye, guys. See you next Tuesday, 9 p.m. Don't forget the Facebook page. And I made a Facebook group too. So if you want the link to that, just like DM me or something, and I'll send you the link to that, because you could share stuff on there, and then I could probably bring it up. It's easier to have things in one place so that we can just post it and I can bring it up like on Facebook or whatever. And we can just talk on there too. So find us on Facebook, and we'll see you next Tuesday. Bye, everybody.
Good night, y'all.
Trump, yeah, okay, bury him a legend, yeah, Trump, hey, okay, America's biggest blessing, free speech advocate, packing, never lacking it, I just bought another gun and ain't nobody taking it, gang, okay, the White House going crazy now, MAGA season, tell them liberals they can't break us down, it's up, they know we run it, best believe it now, about to paint the city red, please don't burn it down. Gang, 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 gang,